Lloyd, were you able to call people in or no? Do you want to hold off for a few minutes? Okay. 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 All right. Slight hold up with registration will be starting in a few minutes.
That's a different convention. This is the BPOU. This is the CD convention. That was the BPOU convention.
Okay.
It's a completely different set of delegates and alternates. So for the BPOU convention, yes, you're a delegate. For here, you're an alternate. 10, rank 10 on the A side. So basically, for the BPOU convention, we elect delegates and alternates at the top. And they're the ones that are going to talk. We elect an entirely new slate of. Yep. It's for both. We use the same set of delegates. Yeah. So now you get over here and call us.
And you're what? I'm 10, you're what?
So if there's an open seat for you guys, I will kind of invite you after. All the way down on the agenda. As delegates come and go, I may kind of grab you, and then you maybe can do it on the Okay. Well, I'll be grabbing next week. I think that we need to have seats. That's all. All right. You know the drill. Come find me at the town. No. I don't need to know that about it.
Thank you.
I'll go out and get to the walking and I'll tell the two more. Yeah, usually they're even more separated, actually. I don't know, sometimes they're like up in the balcony and stuff like that, down on the floor. So, let me know if you're going to buy the ticket for it. If you want to hang out downtown. No, right. As long as a couple minutes and we're not about to start a vote or something.
Just to make an announcement real quick, we're going to be starting shortly. If I could have the candidates or a representative from each campaign go to the music room. We're going to draw names to determine the order of speaking. So if I could have the candidates or a representative from their campaign go to the music room, we're going to draw names for the order of speaking. All right, everybody, please take your seats. We're going to start in 5 minutes at 9:25. 9:25, we're going to get started.
Pretty much up to where Jamie is up there. So we have most of this section right here.
There's one question. I got emailed this Constitution is constitutional. Is this the one that's it's got notes and stuff? Is there another copy of the Constitution that we use?
Should be on the website. Who sent you that one?
Well, I think maybe I got two. I'm not sure. I can pull it if it's on the website. I can pull it.
I just wondered if I could put it on there.
Maybe it's not on there right now. Let's see. We got a few minutes here. Let me do this. CD2.
Let me know what you find.
Okay. Yep. That's okay. No, you can. Yeah. Sounds good. Take care.
Well, I'm not sure if I know what it's
Merle, you ready? Okay. All right, welcome everybody to the 2nd Congressional District Republican Party Convention. We're going to get this party started right now. Thank you so much for attending. Hopefully this is not a long day. That's, I think, everybody's hope. Hopefully we can have an endorsement here in maybe 1, 2, 3, 4 ballots. That would be ideal. And to come away with a fantastic candidate to take on Angie Craig and to win versus Angie Craig in the general election. So thanks again for coming, and we'll get started here with the Pledge of Allegiance and invocation. We'll get started here with the Pledge of Allegiance and invocation. Merle Larson is going to lead both.
Good morning. Those with hats, please uncover. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Our president, Ronald Reagan, oftentimes went to the Bible to gather inspiration and support and comfort. One of his very favorite verses comes from Jeremiah 29, verses 11 and 12. For I know the thoughts that I think toward you, says the Lord, thoughts of peace and not of evil, to give you a future and a hope. Then you will call upon me and go and pray to me, and I will listen to you. Let's pray. Dear Heavenly Father, as we gather here this morning, we thank you for all the blessings we have received down through the ages. We thank you, Lord, for those certain unalienable rights endowed by you and secured by those incredible patriots and brave hearts who penned the Declaration of Independence, the U.S. Constitution, and the Bill of Rights, even though they were in peril of losing everything, their freedom, their property, and their lives. Lord, we ask that you assist and guide us as we seek to protect those rights and liberties from the many vicious attacks launched by the creatures from the dark side. Lord, as we look to the future with great hope, we ask that you would give us wisdom and strength, and that your strong hand would protect and lead us through whatever the coming years have in store for us. Lord, today we are endorsing the individual that will be our voice in Congress for the coming years, and the 3 delegates that will be our representatives at the Republican National Convention in Cleveland this summer. We seek guidance and wisdom in this selection process, and that those who are chosen will do what is right over what is expedient, will put the well-being of the next generation over the winning of the next election, and that they practice a spirit of humility over self-centeredness, and they will put godly conservative principles above all else. After this selection process is done, both here and in Cleveland, we ask that the hearts may be softened, and some heads may be thumped, causing minds to be altered, so that all can enthusiastically support the individuals chosen. Lord, we pray for unity, a unity that banishes all thoughts of not voting for the Republican candidate, which in reality is a vote for the Democrat. And Lord, we ask one last thing, Father. We ask that as your freedom-loving people, never hear the 3 words that strike terror in our minds and a sick feeling of dread in our hearts. Those words are President Hillary Clinton. We ask all these things in your very precious name. Amen.
Thank you, Merle. All right, before we get started with the parliamentary procedures, got a very important announcement to make. We, as a full committee, decided on who the volunteer of the year would be for the 2nd Congressional District. If we could keep the noise to a minimum, please. Thank you. The committee was unanimous in their decision as to who the volunteer of the year would be, and that volunteer is Terry Cheney. Terry, if you could come forward, please. Terry has done a fantastic job throughout the year, helping with the state fair, helping to set up this very convention. Her commitment has been outstanding, and we salute you, Terry, for the job that you've done for us. Thank you so much.
When you get a recognition like this for working with volunteers and coordinating volunteers. It's because an awful lot of other volunteers stepped up and did really remarkable things. And we have a growing pool of incredibly resourceful, energetic, enthusiastic volunteers, a pool that helps with events at CD2. And it's going to keep growing because I'm shameless. And my partner in crime, Angela, who coordinated volunteers for this event, is charming. So we invite you to join us, join a team of really committed, serious volunteers, taking very seriously our roles in making this country a better place. Thank you.
All right, next up will be number 6 on the agenda, parliamentary procedures. And first up will be the election of the temporary chair of the convention. I'd like to welcome up Peggy Scott. Thought someone else was going to, but I will. I will nominate Peggy Scott to be chair of the convention. Do I hear a second? Perfect. Let's do a voice vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Welcome.
Thank you. Well, good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. I was honored to be asked to be here today, and I hope that we'll move forward with an efficiently run convention and one that we can all leave this hallway and this auditorium being united behind the candidate for the congressional seat and for our national delegates, and we will move out in one united front as Republicans. That's where we're the mightiest, is when we're all in one united front. So again, I appreciate the honor to be here. I reside in Andover, Minnesota, so clear up in the 6th district, so I had to get up extra early this morning to make it down south here to the 2nd, and I look forward to a good convention. The first order of business for me would be to the election of the temporary chair, and the chair places in nomination Vicki Frolick. For secretary, sorry. It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the chair, or of Vicki Frolick becoming secretary of the convention, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Vicki Frolick is duly elected as our secretary. The next order of business is appointment of convention officials. The chair appoints the following people: Parliamentarian Kevin Magnuson, Sergeant of Arms Mark Bittner, Chief Teller Pat Barnum, and Timekeeper Ernie Stone. The next order of business is recognition of convention committees, and we want to be sure and thank all the people that did the hard work to pull this convention together, and I'll list those off. I have a list in no particular order. The Arrangements Committee was headed by Lloyd Cheney. The Resolutions Committee was Jerry Ewing. The Credentials Committee was a team effort with Kathy Roberts and Ann Muir, I believe. I hope I didn't botch that name. The Rules Committee, Tody Lalonde, and the Nominations and Search Committee chair was Jeff Lorson. Let's give a round of applause to these people. The chair will now recognize Kathy Roberts for a preliminary report of the credentials. I don't know if she's in the house. We're going to go be looking for her. The chair recognizes the chair of the Nominations and Search Committee for a brief announcement about the national delegates election and endorsement.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jeff Lorsung. I am the Chair of Nominations. I'm also the SD57 Treasurer and the former Deputy Chair here in CD2. The Nominations Committee is in receipt of 24 individuals who have declared their intent to run for national delegate. As communicated to all of those national delegates, candidates, we need to receive from you which slot you intend to run in. Some of you have already made that known to the committee over email, but it was not required until this morning. So for those wishing to run for national delegate where I have already received your information, the sign up for your slot is over at the secretary's table. There is a sheet there. You will need to declare only which delegate slot you are running for. Okay? Madam Chair.
Just a couple of housekeeping items. The restrooms, the men's is right out here. The women's is kind of in back of the auditorium. And I understand that lunch will be served kind of in the area that you came in and registered. Also another announcement. Let's see here. Oh, if you don't have a copy of the rules, we ran out of rules. If you could raise your hand if you need a copy of the rules, and they will be distributed. And one more brief announcement. Until the alternates are seated, they're not allowed to voice vote. Just a little technical information. So I believe Kathy is almost ready to report the preliminary credentials report, so we'll just have a pause in the action until she is able to do that. Sorry, I don't know any good jokes at this point. The chair is going to take a privilege this morning and go a little bit out of order. This morning we have many wonderful guests here to speak, some leaders within our state that are doing yeoman's work to move the Republican cause forward. And I'm very honored to have my own Speaker of the House, Kurt Doudt, here this morning. He's doing a great job leading our caucus, and please welcome Kurt Doudt for a word to the convention.
Can I pull this out of here? Good morning. I'm going to pull this out of here. I can't be tied down. So we have, it's great to be here, first of all, this morning. We are in session in St. Paul, which I'm sure you know. We have 2 weeks left. 2 weeks left, so you're not safe for another 2 weeks. But we are fighting incredibly hard to make sure that we're protecting your rights. As you know, we took over the majority a little over about a year and a half ago, and we put an end to what was 2 years of complete Democrat control in the state of Minnesota. And you know how ugly that time was. I don't have to remind you of that. But we actually last session had some successes, even with just the House as our firewall. We were able to stop every single one of Governor Dayton's major initiatives. Every single one of them. Secondly, we passed a state budget a year ago that was the second lowest spending increase in over 50 years. And the reason I'm telling you this is because I want you to know why it's so important for us to have that majority in the Minnesota House. And you know the kinds of things the Democrats are proposing. Right now we have a $900 million surplus in the state of Minnesota. Okay? Our caucus's goals are twofold. Number one, we want to put a significant investment into our road and bridge infrastructure using existing revenue. And number two, we want to take whatever's left over and give that money back to you. I'll contrast that with what Democrats want to see. Okay, the governor's plan, they also want to put money into roads and bridges. They're calling it their number one priority, okay? But they're not going to use the money that you've already given us. They're going to spend that on other stuff. And their proposal is to raise $900 million per year of new taxes on Minnesotans. That's how they're planning to solve the problems. Okay? In addition to roads and bridges, what we think they're going to do is hold you hostage, or hold that money hostage, to get money for trains. And I want to give you a couple of examples of the way that Democrats think, because I'm going to need your help, and our team is going to need your help over the next couple of weeks. The Democrats in St. Paul have the media on their side, so we need you talking to everybody that you run into for the next 2 weeks and beyond, letting them know what the real issues are that we're tackling in St. Paul and why this is so important. So I'm going to give you 2 examples of things the Democrats want to do. Okay? You've heard about Southwest Light Rail, right? We got some numbers a couple of weeks ago on North Star. This is the one that runs from Minneapolis up to Big Lake. Okay? On average, so it doesn't matter whether you get in Big Lake or you get in Fridley, on average, you all subsidize every person that rides that train $22. $22, okay? Here's the bad news. If they ride into work, it's $22. We got to get them home, $22 more. $44 a day per person to ride that train. That's how much you're paying on top of what they pay for their ticket, right? Do the math. 5 days a week, 4 weeks a month, if they're commuting every day. We could buy every single person that rides that train a brand new Mercedes, pay for their gas, and still have money left over. That's how the Democrats solve problems. There's one more example I want to give you. Bus rapid transit from St. Paul, and I got to tell you, this one fooled me, because when I first heard about it, they said it was $3 million, right? The study is $3 million. And I thought, $3 million, we could probably do that if we have to compromise. We'll buy some buses. They can run on the shoulder. It'll be great, right? It'll be efficient. What I found out is we already run buses on the shoulder. There already is an express bus from Woodbury to St. Paul, 12 miles. The real cost of what they want to do, they want to build a lane in each direction that only a bus can drive on. On-ramps, off-ramps, bridges, the whole works. $485 million. And we already have a bus that runs on the shoulder, an express bus. Here's the kicker. The express bus that we already have will complete the trip 12 minutes faster. That's the logic that Democrats use in St. Paul. And those are the things that we will stop. So I'm going to make you 2 promises. Number 1, as long as I'm the Speaker of the House, we're not increasing a gas tax in Minnesota, period. And number 2, as long as I'm Speaker of the House, Southwest Light Rail won't get 1 dime of state money, period. It's going to be a bumpy couple of weeks. We know that. The media is on the Democrat side, and we know the crazy ideas they're coming up with. We need your help. And I said it earlier, make sure you talk to everybody at church, everybody at work. Go up to strangers on the street and tell them how important this is. Because it is that important. We cannot lose our majority in the Minnesota House. Democrats will have, if we give them complete control of state government, you won't recognize this state in 2 years. We absolutely must hold that firewall, and those are the reasons it's so important. So thank you so much. I want to, one last thing. Where are all of the legislative members that are here? Please stand up. I know there's a few of you. They might be up here too. Please stand up. Give these guys a round of applause. They're going to do battle over the next couple of weeks, and they need your help and they need your support. So thanks so much for participating today. Thanks for all the help that you're going to give us to hold the majority. We appreciate everything you're doing. Thanks for being here, and we're going to have a successful end of session. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe Kathy is ready. The chair recognizes Kathy Roberts for preliminary credentials report.
Good morning. You got your pens and papers out? Senate District 51 is allowed 36. There are 31 here. 52A is allowed 17. All 17 are here. 52B is allotted 18 and 15 are here. Senate District 54 is allotted 28. 26 are here. 56A is allowed 18. 16 are here. 56B is allowed 18 and 17 are here. Senate District 57, is allowed 37 and 35 are here. 58A is allotted 20, 17 are here. 58B is allotted 20 and 19 are here. Goodhue County has 21 and 20 of them are here. Rice County has 8 and all 8 are here. Scott County is allotted 51, 45 people are here, delegates. Wabasha is allotted 11, all 11 are here. Affiliates of the 8, there are 6 here. We have a count at this time of 283. The possible that we could have had today was 311 in about 15 minutes or so. Yeah, well, I'll have a final report for you. Thank you very much.
The chair recognizes Deputy Chair of the Minnesota GOP, Chris Fields, to address the convention.
Well, good morning. Good morning. How you guys doing? Everybody good? Well, outstanding. So I was listening to Kurt Dowd, and we're always thinking about messaging up at the party, right? And so as I listened to Kurt Dowd, I kind of put something together in my head. How does this sound? A vote for a Republican is a vote for Mercedes. Does that work? That's kind of what I heard up there. I don't know. That could work. We'll have to work on that one. Hey, so I got a question that I've been asking all the CDs as I go around the state. I'm headed to one next. And so my question is this. Republicans, as a people, as a country, as a nation, are we better off when we repeat the mistakes we made in the past, or are we better off when we learn from the mistakes we made in the past? Sounds like a no-brainer, right? So what I want to talk to you briefly about is 3 mistakes that Republicans have made in the past, okay? And I'm going to ask, my direct ask of you is to make sure that we don't repeat these mistakes this year and going into the future. And the first mistake we've made in the past is we haven't always been unified, okay? And we know that this year is going to be particularly tough. It's going to be challenging for a lot of folks. I witness every day folks going through the 5 stages of grief as the campaign has come to an end. And that's okay. That's okay, all right? There's no such thing as a bad Republican because you don't agree with everything every Republican says. Yeah, see, there we go. And so, hey, take some time and think about it. But you know what? At the end of that process, let's all come together and elect the most Republican slate of candidates we can elect from the top to the bottom. Is that a good idea? You know, this whole unity thing, don't get tricked on that, okay? Look, Texas didn't vote for Barack Obama twice. We were still the United States of America, right? We weren't the divided states. And so, yeah, hey, some people can't get there, but that's okay. I think overall we're going to be pretty unified. The second mistake that I've seen us make in the past is this. Don't take our eye off the ball. We've done that in the past, right? And so there's this big national election going on, and people have their feelings about that, okay? But you know what? There's an awful lot of other stuff going on as well. We have a whole lot of great candidates that are going to be on the ballot. Your congressional race in CD2 is probably going to have very big national implications, okay? We can't tap out. We can't say, okay, so I can't support what's going on way up here, so I'm just not going to be engaged at all. That's the wrong mistake, okay? It's just bad for us. We have to make sure that we keep the seat here in CD2, and we got an awful lot of state and Senate candidates that need a shot too, okay? And if you think about this, I went to one CD3 had 65 people signing up to be a national delegate, okay? And I think you guys, I heard it was 24. That's 24 people willing to spend $3,000 to go to Cleveland, okay? Okay. But you know what? Only 3 of them are going to make it. And so the other 21, hey, you just saved $3,000. How about we put some of that gas in the tank of some of these local candidates around here? Okay? I think that's a good idea. And that'll make sure that we keep our eye on the ball. We got to protect the homeland. We want a red state here in Minnesota. We want Kurt to continue to have the gavel, and we want the Senate back, okay? And then the last mistake is this, and we've made this mistake before. We can't let another Clinton in the White House. It was a disaster the last time, okay? These guys stole the furniture on their way out. They rented out the Lincoln bedroom, okay, for campaign cash. Hillary Clinton, this is a true story, I was watching a town hall meeting. She said she was going to put coal mines out of business, put coal miners to work. A couple weeks later, she met a coal miner and said, oh, well, that must have been a misstatement. You didn't hear me correctly. This woman doesn't know what she believes. When asked point blank, okay, point blank, do you always tell the truth? Her answer was, I try. This is a job interview for President of the United States. Who goes into a job interview and tells the boss, well, I try to tell the truth? Nobody does that. We're in a high school. Every high school kid knows that that's the wrong answer. Okay? Folks, we can't make that mistake again. Look, I'm not asking anyone to grab a musket and go out there and fight the British, okay? What I am asking, in all seriousness, is that you consider this and you spend some time and you do what you can to help us elect a Republican president, and that you do everything that you can to make sure that we retain the House and get back the Senate. Is that a fair ask? I want you to do everything you can to endorse a great candidate. We definitely don't want to see Angie Craig in Washington, D.C. Just leave her back here, okay? And I'll tell you what, whoever you guys endorse, I'm going to be 100% behind that candidate, absolutely, without doubt. I think you guys are going to do a great job. Keep the knife fights to a minimum, and let's go out there and get ready to win in November. Thank you.
I'd like to invite the Rules Chair, Tony Lalonde, to come forward, and we're going to go through the adoption of the rules, numbers 1 through 13. Tony.
Good morning, everyone. All right, this is the fun part, right, guys? So I'm the Rules Committee Chair. I want to give a little bit of background about the Rules Committee. Constitutionally, it was convened and appointed. I was appointed the Rules Committee Chair by the CD2 Full Committee. From there, we went ahead and grabbed one representative from each of your BPUs. So a representative of the Rules Committee. We spent about 4 hours going over the rules, toiling over them. We spent multiple man hours going through it through email. I estimate I probably put about 20 man hours into this. We drew on it from people that have been on the RNC rules committees. We utilized other precedents that came from other CDs and other areas. We looked at other previous rules dating back to 2012. I had a copy of each one of them. So that's a little bit of background on the Rules Committee. One of the first things I want to describe to you guys in the rules, has anyone heard on the radio any talk about these rules? Maybe a couple people? Okay. So it even went so far that we even talked about it on the radio to try to clarify some of the misconceptions and the myths that were out there regarding the rules. I would point everyone to rule number 2. Rule number 2 is really a really critical key rule that we're going to have in here. It says that the order of how we're doing our businesses here is going to be governed by Robert's Rules of Order. There's that big thick book right there, in which Kevin's going to tell us all about if we need to. We're going to look right back down it. You can say the state of Minnesota laws would be a part of these rules, the Constitution and bylaws of the CD and the MNGOP Constitution. So that's where we're drawn from. So in these rules, those constitutions and everything else are a part of these rules, and it's stated right there in rule number 2. Now, I want to address a matter that has come up on the radio regarding the rules, and I would touch on Rule 5, talking about a new convention. In this, we figured, and it was talked about in the Rules Committee, that about 90% of the folks in this room are here to endorse candidate for Congress. In our CD2 Constitution, it says, right in our Constitution, we are here to endorse a candidate for Congress. So we wanted to make sure that we're going to go ahead and get an endorsement for Congress. It was talked about in there. It was mentioned that there's been $500,000 spent in this race to get this endorsement. The candidates have been campaigning for 6 months to get an endorsement. There's been countless hours and man hours, people lit dropping, knocking on your doors to try to persuade you that they are the best candidate for this. So in that, the committee discussed, and we wrote into the rules that we will do our best to obtain an endorsement. Now, later on, there'll be some talk about maybe the details of how that endorsement happens. We're not going to talk about that right now. But the point I'm trying to highlight right here in Rule 5 is that if we're not able to get through the business, we get bogged down in some of this, that we will call a new convention to go ahead and make sure to get through the business. So I would highlight that. One of the concerns that came up with that is that if we endorse someone here, and it still says in the rules that we have to come back to do the national delegates if we didn't have enough time, people were concerned that we'd have to go ahead and do this again. We'd have to re-endorse. So I wanted to go ahead and dispel that myth. If you look in our CD2 Constitution, and Kevin has a copy of it here, and he can, and also the MNGOP, we can only endorse one candidate. That's it. So once we do this, box checked, we're done. No more endorsing anyone. At that May 18th convention, if it were so to be called, if necessary, no more endorsements at that one. So that's what was discussed at the rules pertaining to that particular level. Other than that, there wasn't a lot in the rules that we talked about, and we're only discussing rules 1 through 13. So as you look through this, there's going to be a lot of rules that you folks are looking through, but if you just look, we're on page 3 of the rules, so it's pretty much everything on this page, and then just the top 2 of the next page. Anything else below that, we are not going to be discussing at this time. If you look at your agenda, in there it says that we're going to consider rules 1 through 13. The big thing that we also have to consider in this is seating of the alternates and delegates in your BPOUs. We wrote into the rules because the BPOUs, and we knew as they were going through, they're electing by House district. So say, for instance, you're in Senate District 58, there was an A side and there's a B side. And everyone broke out into separate rooms. They voted for their A delegates and they voted for their B delegates. So we put into the rules that if there's a vacancy on the B side, that a B alternate before they'd pull anyone over from their A side. But they're still allowed to go ahead and cross seat, so you guys can fill up your delegation. There's also some talk about who would go ahead and seat the delegates from the alternates. All the BPOUs have ranked delegates. So as they're ranked, you know, if there's a number 2 delegate and a number 9 delegate, the number 2 delegate's set first. There was in some old rules where the chairs of your delegation would be able to go ahead and select someone if things weren't ranked. It's really a non-rule in here. It's not going to actually be effectual to anything that we're doing. So we don't need to worry about any chair doing it. But if there was an area like that, it would be the delegation that would go ahead and vote to decide who gets sat in that delegate slot if they were not ranked. But again, it's not relevant to this, so I just wanted to highlight that to you folks. With that, I think I would conclude the committee report and move to adopt rules 1 through 3. What did I say? Pardon me, 1 through 13.
Discussion on the motion to move rules 1 through 13. I identify the gentleman at the mic. For what purpose do you rise?
To make an amendment to the rules.
Proceed with your amendment.
My name is Eric Radke from Scott County. I wanted to make a minor adjustment to rule number 5. The proposal is to change the end of it to read to finish the unfinished business, and I can present the actual writing to the chair. So it would be to strike
If you could get a copy of that to the secretary, thank you. We've had 1 for and 1 against.
I'm speaking against.
Okay, go ahead. State your name and BPOU.
My name is Jackson Harvey. I'm from SD 56. And while I agree with the spirit of the amendment, I have an issue with one of the words. So I agree that the amendment to finish unfinished business is exactly what we're looking for here. My concern is the words a continuation. A continuation means that if we have a certain number of delegates here today, that we need 50% of that number of delegates to do any business at the continuation convention. That clearly makes it nearly impossible, because getting people out again to vote for national delegate, which is what will be left over, won't happen, and then we won't elect national delegates, and then we won't have representation at the RNC. So I agree with the spirit. I would be happy to support this motion if the word continuation weren't in there. The unfinished business portion of it is exactly correct. That's exactly what we want. So I speak in opposition to this motion, and I would love to hear a amended version of it that I could support.
So do you want to make an amendment to the amendment?
Okay. I move that we amend the amendment to remove the words a continuation.
It's been moved and seconded to change that language. Anyone wishing to speak for or against this amendment to the amendment?
Point of
The chair-
clarification. Where is the continuation? Is that the end, or is that the finish? I'm not quite sure.
If the author of the underlying amendment could speak to that, please.
Jackson is correct, and I'm here to speak on behalf of his. I'm speaking in favor of his amendment. Okay. I'm with him on this, and I want to accomplish the exact same thing. Rather than adjourning and reconvening, the intent was to stand in recess, and so yes, I'm speaking in favor of Mr. Harvey's amendment to my amendment.
Okay.
Can't do that.
Mr. Radke, if you could state the language over again, that would be helpful to the body.
You would like the language of the original amendment, or
No,
you would like?
as amended.
Yep. It hasn't been amended yet, but the proposal would.
As proposed of the proposed amendment to the amendment.
It's a long sentence.
We're here all day.
It does matter.
Go ahead, if you have it.
I'll start with executive committee, because that's where we're all. Nothing's
Okay.
changing after that.
Okay.
Executive committee shall be instructed to call this convention to finish the unfinished business on May 18th, 2016.
All right, any other discussion? Could
Man,
you please repeat that?
I love technology. I got it on my phone. I wish I could just flip it up to the screen and everyone would see it.
That comes next week. That new technology will
Sweet.
be out next week.
We have like 17 people watching remotely right now. It's pretty cool. Executive committee shall be instructed to call this convention to finish the unfinished business on May 18th, 2016. The words a continuation of have been stricken.
Thank you. The amendment to the amendment's author, do you want to speak to that? Is that what you were looking at?
I believe the wording that he said was correct.
Okay. All right. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor or opposed to the amendment that's before us? The woman at the microphone, please identify yourself.
Yes, Sharon Sikora, 55A, Scott County. I'm in favor of both amendments. I think our efforts here today should be recognized, and I think these amendments do that and stand. And I think the spirit of what we're trying to accomplish is in these amendments. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak for or against this amendment to the amendment? We have someone coming down with some really colorful shorts.
Luke Hellier, Chair 56B. Can I have a clarification on the recess versus adjournment? If we recess, the delegates that are seated today have to be here at the next convention, whereas if we adjourn, we have new slated delegates that are credentialed. Is that so? If we pass your resolution, then all the delegates that are here today are the ones that will be seated at the next convention, and not. We won't go through credentialing again. Is my point. That's my question.
Will the amendment, the underlying amendment's author speak to that? We'll see. Mr. Radke, I don't know if you heard that question or not. The question was...
You asked if recess and...
so for
yes,
clarification,
your question is well taken, and it is accurate that it would be this body of credentialed delegates that would be allowed to participate on May 18th rather than a recredentialing of new body of delegates on May 18th. That is a big difference between adjournment and recess.
Okay.
And it would be, because we are in the same convention, the proper way of saying that is the chair would call us back rather than it going to the executive committee. But rather than get into that nuance, I wanted to just address your question directly and say that is a difference that we are intending to make.
Okay. So I just want everybody to realize that if we have less than 50% of the people that are here today come up
and endorse a candidate for Congress, we need to elect national delegates. We need to get the business of this convention done. And if we have the same group call back on May 18th and we don't have 50% of this convention here, we will be unable to do that. And it's unbelievable that we would consider not having an endorsed candidate to unite around and for Congress and fighting in a primary until 12 weeks before the election. So I urge a no vote on this.
Any other discussion for or against the underlying amendment? Seeing none, those in favor? The chair will offer a technical amendment the parliamentarian has suggested, and that wording would be inserted
right before the date. So at the call of the chair
at the call of the chair on May 18th, 2016. Just a technical amendment stating that the chair would have to make that call. Sir, for what reason do you come to the mic?
Speak for.
Okay. Go ahead.
Alan McIntoon, Scott County. I just wanted to speak for the motion. We need to get the business done today. This convention is elected to do the business. What can't be happening is if we have another convention, a separate convention on the 18th that we address some of the same topics that we're addressing today. What also can't be happening is we go 20, 30 ballots for congressional endorsement. And we just can't get past that. We need to get past the congressional endorsement one way or the other today and really finish our business. Going to the 18th is not anything anybody wants to do. So let's get it done. I think this amendment helps incentivize that, and we should do that. We should do it.
Anyone else wishing to speak for or against this amendment? Seeing no one else with the microphones, all those in favor of the proposed amendment, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? No. All those in favor, please signify by standing. We need to get Pat Barnum in here. He's our official counter. Gee, I'm sorry. You needed a stretch, so remain standing, please.
You don't need to start counting.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
I recognize the gentleman at the microphone.
Madam Chair, Representative Tony Albright from Scott County 55B. I just want to make sure that for those in the audience that are aware that currently we do not have a seated delegation, so only delegates in their seats will be counted. Alternates have not been seated.
That is correct. That's the next item on the agenda. Thank you for that point of clarification. So if you're an alternate, you should not be standing or voting. Yep. We need 50%.
Sure. What's the number?
No, it's normal for a convention, you know, to have. But the first one I was going to ask.
The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. Any other discussion on rules 1 through 13? Any other discussion on rules 1 through 13? Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting rules 1 through 13, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. The rules 1 through 13 are adopted. Point in time, I will have the BPOU chairs. They should now seat their alternates. So I'll give a little reprieve here for these alternates to be seated.
It's a subtle.
Yeah, I gotcha.
I gotta get the man here to go.
30 more seconds. 30 more seconds to seat the alternates, please. And then we'll need to come back to order. Call the meeting back to order. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. Okay. If you are a BPOU chair, if you could raise your hand. There are some people looking to see where they're supposed to be seated, and they need some assistance. So those of you that are looking to see where you're supposed to be seated, go to one of the people that have their hands raised. Again, BPOU chairs, please raise your hands. And people will come to you and ask, and please state what your BPOU number is, and they will try to help you out and get you seated.
I cut it all out.
I know what you do.
Larry. Say, I have something to address here, Peggy. Representative. Yeah, we've never adopted the agenda. Exactly. I will move to adopt the agenda. Yes. I've discussed this with members of my BPOU. How have you been? No BS negotiating. Stick to your guns this year. I don't blame you. Okay. I think it's odd that we adopted those rules before the seating of the alternates. Good, you're doing a good job. Keep whapping through that sucker. They're chattering up there. Crack the whip, Peggy.
Please be seated. Please be seated. If you alternate seeking still to be seated, just please keep the conversations to a low whisper so we can move on through the agenda. There are some speakers. We have one speaker left that needs to be making some other rounds today, so the chair is going to recognize Rick Rice, who is running for National Committeeman for the purposes of giving a speech, and then we will move on with the adoption of the remainder of the rules.
Thank you, Peggy. Morning, CD2. Come on, you can do better than that. Morning, CD2. There we go. That's what I like to hear. My name is Rick Rice, and I am the co-chair of the Elephant Club for the Republican Party of Minnesota, and a candidate for your National Committeeman position. Before I get into my resume, did you guys hear that Bill and Hillary were having dinner at Manny's in Minneapolis a couple weeks ago? Yeah, they were waiting at their table for like a half hour, so Hillary calls the maitre d' over. Says, "Excuse me, maitre d', we've been here a half hour. Can I at least get a glass of wine?" Maitre d' strokes his chin and says, "I'm so sorry, Mrs. Clinton. We just assumed you brought your own server." That's good. I like that. You got to have a little fun with this, right? You guys have a long day ahead of you, so I'll make my remarks quick. I'm also a member of my association in the financial services industry. I serve at the local level, the state level, and the national level, just like this body has a local, state, and national association to it. I am the Director of Government Relations for the state of Minnesota with NAFA, the National Association of Insurance Financial Advisors, and I'm on the National Political Involvement Committee for our association. I'll be going through the chairs of that committee and eventually be the chairman of the National Political Involvement Committee. So I've got some networking experience at the national, state, and local level. I bring that up because I've developed a bit of a reputation as Mr. Advocacy. And yes, I've been called a few other things as well. Like Captain Obvious. Why? Because I make obvious statements like the Republican Party of the United States is the greatest party in America. We have great people with great ideas. Ideas like we're the protector of individual rights. We are the promoters of personal responsibility. We are advocates for the free enterprise system, defenders of the Constitution, and we are the fiscally responsible party. The problem is we're not perfect. Our boats hit the rocks. We've had our troubles. We've taken on water. But we've owned our mistakes. Some very smart people stepped up at some very difficult times and got us from treading water after almost drowning into an inner tube, onto a life raft, and finally onto a barge where we have solid footing. The problem is we're facing an aircraft carrier in the DFL, a party that's funded by the George Soroses of the world and the Rockefeller family. You know, if everybody in Minnesota that voted for Mitt Romney in 2012 kicked in 87 cents, we could pay off our state party debt like that. $5, we'd put $5.5 million in the bank and pay off our state party debt like that. That would go a long way towards building brand improvement. Brand improvement goes a long way towards building credibility with ourselves. Intra-party goes a long way towards building credibility with the public, the voting public. This party needs a strong networking advocate in the position of national committee man. That's why I'm running. I have national level advocacy experience. I'm an unapologetic cheerleader for the Republican Party of Minnesota. I'm an unapologetic advocate for the state of Minnesota. That's why I'm running for national committee man, because advocacy matters. My name is Rick Rice. If you're a state central committee delegate, I ask for your vote on May 20th at 1 o'clock up in Duluth at the State Central Committee meeting. Thank you so much for your time. I hope you have a great meeting and you're not here till 10 o'clock at night. Enjoy the weather. Bye-bye.
Thank you. We have such great Republicans running for all these different spots. It's a proud day to be Republican. It was brought to my attention that we did not have a motion to approve the agenda. So the chair will move that the agenda be approved. Is there a second? All those in favor of approval of the agenda, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? The agenda is adopted. We will proceed now with the adoption of the remaining set of rules. The chair recognizes the rules chair, if he is back. Here he comes. Yes, Tony. While I have your attention, I needed to bring people's attention to this handout, this flyer. According to the convention rules, any document that's handed out to the delegates and alternates has to state on there who put the materials out. This does not state that. So I would ask that the Sergeant of Arms and his team collect these documents. And now I will turn it over to the Rules Chair, Tony.
Sorry, I take up too much room. Hi, guys. All right, so I'm going to ask you to grab your attention again, do some talk more about the rules that we had here as we went through this. What we're going to do is we're going to go through it systematically, right in order. So if everyone remembers where we left off, was right on the top of page 4. So I'd show you page 4. We just went through Rule 13, and we're going to pick up after Rule 13. What we're going to do is we're going to go through this section by section. Unfortunately, I have to alert you to there was an error written into the rules, so I'm going to just highlight that one first. So if everyone's got a pen, I'm going to ask you to write this. I'm directing you to Rule 38. So again, we're on page 5, under Section 5, Rule number 38. So I just want to make sure everyone gets a chance to get to that particular rule. In there, as it reads currently on your copy, it says, if a race is contested race, the convention may decide by 2/3 vote to endorse by acclamation. The entire point of this rule is that if it was not contested, in other words, all the candidates dropped out, it was very clear that the convention could go ahead and adopt by acclamation. So it's a very meaningful difference, but a very small error, if you will. So if you guys would have to insert after that, it should say, and this is an error on my part, I'll take full responsibility. It says, if a race is not contested, and we're going to remove the word race after that, the convention may decide by a 2/3 vote to endorse by acclamation. So it's just if everyone's gone and everyone just wants to go ahead and endorse by acclamation. So that's just an error on my part that's corrected. In this section, there's a lot of talk about different things on how to endorse for Congress. As I mentioned earlier, it's constitutionally required that we're doing the endorsement for Congress. So by the CD2, this organization's constitution, this is why we're here today, to go ahead and do that. So rule number 35, before we even do anything, we'd have to go ahead, first entertain and pass a motion to endorse for Congress. So it could be voted down that we don't even do this. Again, as I mentioned, I know 90% of the people in here are here to endorse a candidate for Congress. We're aware of that. But the first thing that we do is just decide that we want to go ahead and do that. Also within the rules, there was a number of different things. We talked about the amount of speech time. It was brought up in the Rules Committee meeting as we talked about it. We kind of seesawed back and forth on a couple different things. We thought with the amount of candidates in here, we wanted to respect your time on them giving their presentations for this. So that's why we came up with the 10-minute rule. We figured everyone's had a chance to go ahead and visit with the candidates at your BPOU meetings, at the BPOU conventions, and getting a phone call from them, having lit dropped. So you've had a good chance to go ahead and learn about the candidates. There's an argument made in the committee meeting that, there's probably not a lot of people that are still deciding at this point, so they want to go ahead and respect your time. And even at that, it's going to take us almost an hour just to get through the candidates talking. So that's how we came up with our 10-minute number there. If we're talking in Rule 43, again, I'm just kind of going right down the line. This is coming right from the MNGOP Constitution. So it's required that we have 60%. I talked with someone at one point in time. They were worried that there was going to be some sort of a rule change. It would be 50. It's required that it's 60% of the delegates to endorse. The other things that we talked about was Rule 45, how often the candidates could come up and retry to persuade people so we can go ahead and get an endorsement. So we decided on going up to the first 5 ballots. If we don't have it figured out, we're going to let the candidates come back up here, resubmit their case to you to see if that would change anyone's mind. The last rule, which would be rule number 47, has certainly been a topic that we've talked about quite a bit. we've talked about, the candidates to spend $500,000 to go ahead and get an endorsement. We didn't pull the 20 number out of a hat. We actually used precedents from previous congressional district endorsements. CD1 went 23 ballots, so we talked about in the committee meeting, and we actually lowered that threshold from what historics have actually been for endorsing someone from Congress. And that's how we came up to it. In the committee meeting, there was arguments made that people are trying to make it easier to not endorse. Major candidates said that they would go ahead and abide the endorsement for Congress. We know that the people are here to endorse, and so we thought we want to make sure to get through the business and not make it easier for someone to change the convention and actually not endorse a candidate. We know, and it was talked about in the committee meeting, that we have to have an endorsed candidate to go up against the Democrats. We have to unify the party. We have to come out of here today, rally behind someone, and beat them back. This is a presidential year. We know that the Democrats turn out higher in presidential years, and so we wanted to make sure that we can actually get our house in order so we can go ahead and beat them back, and that's what was talked about in the committee meeting. With all those points made, I would go ahead and make a motion to adopt Section 5, Rule 35 through 47. Yeah, I want to go through section by section. What did I? Actually, leave it to
So we've got section 2 and 3 and 4. I'm not going to say. Okay, all right. And then we're going to do 5.
Folks, if I could grab your attention, and I might speak to what this gentleman is talking about. I messed up. I told you to pick up at 14, and I completely talked about Section 5 of the rules, everything with the endorsement on there. So I really apologize. I actually skipped ahead a page. So what we're discussing is actually Section 5 in the rules. That's where I went through all the explanations on rule number 35 through rule number 47. So I'm going to just ask for a little bit of latitude if we could jump ahead by my mistake and talking about Section 5 in the rules. All right, folks, so it's been asked of me that I clean up my mistake, and rather than just adopting Section 5...
Point of order, though. I think we have a motion that's been seconded.
I withdraw the motion.
It's been seconded, so I don't...
Madam Chair,
The gentleman at the microphone.
I move to amend the motion on the floor.
That is out of order. I'm sorry. The chair calls the rules chair original motion out of order.
So now section sequentially.
Okay, now we're going to kind of start over here with this, and we're going to move section by section in order. To the chair.
Thank you. Sorry, guys, I really apologize. All right, so picking up where I should have picked up, and that's on Rule 14. These are the floor privileges that we talked about. We've already started using these as a framework to start with. You have 1 minute to speak on either side of a motion, and you should allow 6 minutes of debate before it calls for a lay upon the table. The convention chair shall appoint a timekeeper for the purposes of time discussions. That's rule number 18. Rule number 19 we talked about here, and this is the folks that you've already had come in and talk to you. They were allotted 3 minutes, so we've already kind of been abiding by this. There was no real points of controversy in the rules on the Rules Committee about this. I'd move to a motion to move Section 3, Rule 14 through 19.
It's been moved and seconded to approve Section 3, Rules 14 through 19. Discussion on Rules 14 through 19. Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Are approved.
Resolve disputes, ballots, and report the result for Rule 20.
It's been moved and seconded to approve Section 4 of the rules. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Section 4 is adopted.
Okay, how quickly we're back here. So I'm not going to say too much more about this. We gave them the explanations that we're here to go ahead and endorse a candidate. The folks are here to do that. We wanted to go ahead and make sure that it wasn't moved for candidates to make it easier to not endorse somebody, and that's what was discussed in the Rules Committee, and that's why we have the 20th ballot rule. I already did the correction on Rule 38. Do folks, just maybe by a show of hands, want me to just run through that one more time, or did we already get all that? We're good, thank you. Okay, all right, so with that, I'm going to go ahead and move to motion for Section 5, Rule 35 through Rule 47.
It's been moved and seconded, and it looks like we do have some discussion on that section. Please state your name and BPOU and the reason for your presence at the microphone.
Sharon Sikora, 55A. I'd like to make an amendment to rule number 47.
Please state your amendment.
Motion of no endorsement is not in order until after the 20th ballot or 8 p.m., whichever is first. That will allow enough time, or let me know when I can speak to my amendment.
Okay, why don't you hold on to that? My understanding from the parliamentarian is we have to have a vote first on whether to adopt this section. If the motion fails, then we will come back and make the amendments. The motion is to the adoption of this section.
And we discuss and make amendments.
If it fails, we will come back and amend.
Okay, discussion. Okay, Madam Chair, Luke Hellier, 56B.
Yes,
I advise everyone to vote no so we can have a debate on these rules. So vote no on the motion, and then we'll open up for amendments.
All those in any discussion on the adoption of Section 5? Seeing none, all those in favor of the adoption of Section 5, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Nay. The noes have it. Division has been called. Please stand if you voted in favor. Adopt Section 6 and 7. I mean, you can probably do it for the remainder, whatever you want to do.
Thanks for doing this. Great choice.
All right, sounds good. Good luck to you.
Gary, it is about time to see you back.
Yes. Thank you. Please remain standing for the official count. You may be seated. The motion fails.
Sorry, Terry.
Okay. We'll put you on the list. The chair will recognize the gentleman. I believe you were up first. I'm not sure. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, as a point of order, we're open for amendments on this section. Is that where we're at?
Yes, that is in order.
Okay. So I move in rule number 47 to strike 20 and change that to 10.
Okay, is there a second? It's been moved and seconded to make the change on 47, the first line, to change the number of ballots from 20 to 10. Discussion on the amendment.
So I'm just going to quickly speak on my motion. The reason for this is, to be honest, sorry to the Rules Committee, but CD1 for 23 ballots is an anomaly. I think that's a high threshold for having that. Again, I don't think it's going to take that long. However, I think setting a rule out for 20 is too high and it should be 10. So that's my motion. Thank you.
A gentleman, I recognize the gentleman at the mic. Are you speaking for or against the amendment?
I'm speaking against the amendment.
Go ahead.
My name is Jonathan Painter. I'm 55B. I believe that we all want an endorsement here today, and so I don't really think anybody actually wants to be here for 20 ballots, but I kind of like the idea of us all having a little bit of motivation to actually endorse, and so I urge that at this point, I mean, at any point in time at this convention, we can, as things get late in the day, things are taking a while, we can make a motion at any time to, adjourn or recess. I think just at this point that we should just kind of have our eye on the ball at endorsing a candidate. Thank you so very much. I ask that you vote against this motion. Thank you.
Anyone else speaking for or against? The gentleman at the mic.
Speaking for first, and
Your name and BPOU?
Alan McIntoon, Scott County.
Go ahead.
All right. First, I'd like to speak for because, suppose what Jonathan said, you cannot make a motion to do no endorsement or recess at any time. You can only do that according to the rules that we're voting on right now. This says that you can't move for no endorsement until the 20th ballot, which will likely run into another day. My amendment would be to change it from the 10th ballot to the 10th ballot or 8 p.m., such that we can finish the congressional endorsement by 8 p.m., endorse the national delegates, because that still needs to get done, and we do need to have national delegates, and close out by 10 p.m. because we cannot run further than 10 p.m.
It's not a friendly amendment, by the way.
So there's an amendment. Are you offering an amendment to the amendment, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And so the amendment to the amendment would be that we go to 10 ballots or 8 p.m., whichever comes first. Is that your motion?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Discussion on this motion, for or against?
I rise to speak against this motion. My name is Jackson Harvey, SD 56. I speak against this motion. I had heard originally someone move 20 ballots or 8 p.m. That's not what we're talking about now. We're talking 10 ballots or 8 p.m. So while I may have been in favor of the 20 ballots or 8 p.m. motion, I believe 90% of the people here are here to support a candidate that's agreed to abide by the endorsement. We're all here to make an endorsement. These candidates talk at every event about how much they value the endorsement and how important it is. So I feel that I cannot support this amendment because while the original amendment that was going to be proposed made some amount of sense, 10 ballots or 8 p.m. doesn't give us the chance to get to an endorsement. We know this could go more than 10 ballots. We can at any moment as a body decide to suspend the rules and call for no endorsement. We can do that as a body if it's going that way. So I speak against this amendment.
Anyone else wishing to speak for or against the amendment to the amendment?
Did I speak actually for it?
Advice to anyone?
Well, I proposed the amendment, but I didn't really speak for it. The point is to get this done today.
Please wait till while I confer with the parliamentarian. Our rules state that 2 people from for and opposed to each motion have to speak before the question can be called. So that motion to call the question was not in order. I will recognize the gentleman at the mic who made the motion who would also now like to speak in favor.
Thank you very much. Alan McIntoon, Scott County again. If we want to get this convention done tonight, if we want to elect national delegates, we need to do this, I think, in 8 p.m. makes sense. That being, we have 2 hours then to elect national delegates, and we can finish our business. I'd love to go 24 ballots, but we do need to finish this today, I do believe.
Anyone else wishing to speak for or against the amendment to the amendment?
For.
I recognize the woman on the right.
Kathy Roberts, 52A. One of the considerations that we should take into context is the fact that if we recess and come back later, which I guess that rule got passed, we're going to have to pay for another hall. We're going to have 160 people there to get anything done. Otherwise, because the quorum from today stands, and if we can't get this done by 8 p.m. tonight, then there shouldn't be an endorsement.
Anyone else wishing to speak against this motion? The amendment to the amendment. Anyone? I see someone rushing to the mic. Go ahead and state your name and BPOU, please.
Tim Havlick, Scott County 55B. I'd like to speak against. It's in utmost importance that we endorse someone. So talking about time and all this stuff, if we're going to go to a second convention, is, in my mind, not a very good measure of the importance of this. We just need to, in my opinion, bolt this down and go as long as we need to go to endorse. It's extremely important that we endorse a candidate for Congress.
Having heard 2 delegates in favor and 2 opposed, the chair moves to, we will take the vote. All those in favor of the amendment to the amendment, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Nay. The motion does not prevail. We are back to the underlying amendment. The person at the mic on my left.
Favor. Are you looking for a favor or opposed?
Right now, before we went to the amendment, I had 2 speaking in favor and 1 against. So I would entertain another person speaking opposed to the underlying amendment. Thank you for coming to the mic. Please state your name and BPOU. The amendment that was proposed, just to remind the body, was that in rule number 47, the first line there, to change the ballot number from 20 to 10, and the language would read, after the 10th ballot or 8 p.m., whichever comes first. That was the amendment to the amendment. I'm sorry, you're right. It's just to 10 ballots. It's changing it from 20 to 10. The gentleman at the mic.
Madam Chair, Paul Tushy, 52B. I speak against this motion because we need to endorse a candidate. I'm in favor of endorsing a candidate today, and we need to stay here and get it done because the alternative to endorsing a candidate, the alternative is to not endorse a candidate and have Republicans fighting and attacking one another until a primary 12 weeks before the election. I don't want to lose the seat to Angie Craig. I don't want the Republicans to have to fight amongst each other and attack and cause us to lose. I want to win the seat. I think we need to endorse a candidate today, so I urge a no vote. We need to stay here. If it takes 12 ballots, we need to stay here till we endorse. I urge a no vote.
Let's have order, please. There's a gentleman at the mic. For which purpose do you rise?
Speak in favor of the motion.
Go ahead.
Of the amendment. My name is Eric Radke from Scott County. I actually agree wholeheartedly with Mr. Tushy. We want to get an endorsed candidate. This motion is a good one, and this amendment is a good one because it gives this body the flexibility, not the obligation, but the flexibility after voting 10 times to address whether or not we want to reconsider endorsement. I want us to endorse. I think we will endorse. We should endorse. And I want to give this body the opportunity to vote and think about whether or not, after 10 ballots, we can reconsider the question of endorsement without needing a supermajority to accomplish this task. Well, the point is well taken. I urge that we consider voting yes for this to give this body the flexibility to vote no endorsement after voting for 10 times.
Is there anyone else wishing to speak against? We've heard from both sides.
I would like to speak against it.
I identify the person at the mic.
Bill Youngbauer, 52A. I say we've spent so much time already debating little nuances in the rules. We could have had 5 ballots done by now. We move on with this convention and vote down on this.
Against. The question has been called. Someone from the audience called the question.
Did we have 2 each way?
All those in favor of the motion to change the rules.
Someone called the question, but do you want to identify yourself? Call the question. Hey, all right. Was there 2 each way? So go ahead and take them.
Okay. The question has been called. All those in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. No. Please stand if you voted in favor of the amendment. Just a reminder that 143 is the simple majority here.
I don't think you got it.
You're doing great.
Oh, I'm glad you're here.
Yeah, well, it takes 2 heads. It really does.
Stop calling division. It's clearly not division.
Yeah.
I mean, they're bullying me. Coming up to me all the time. They always do that.
Good for you for standing.
What's that?
I mean, this is pretty straightforward.
Yeah. I don't think they prevail.
We're wasting everybody's time.
But you know, I mean, you can do a standing vote and make a call.
Yeah.
And not have everybody count. Like right now, I would say, if these are all the people against, but I mean, now that you've started the counting, so now that you've counted the start.
Please be seated. The motion does not prevail.
Yeah.
Any more discussion to Section 5?
Yes.
The gentleman at the mic.
Michael Tierney, Senate District 51, Burnsville. Rule 44, I would like to offer an amendment that the word considered be eliminated from this rule. So instead of reading the way it does in the sheet, it reads, after the second ballot and after each subsequent.
The motion has been moved and seconded to remove the word considered in the second line of Rule 44. Discussion for and against.
Well, it's my amendment, so I just think consider it as a waffle word. It doesn't, I don't know what it means there, so I think we just eliminate it. It makes it cut and dried.
Any further discussion on this proposed amendment, on this motion? Seeing no one, all those in favor of the proposed amendment, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Nay. The motion prevails. For what purpose do you rise?
Madam Chair, on Nathan Voigt, 21B, I rise to propose an amendment, again to 44. What I would like to do is at previous conventions, normally the 10% rises after a certain number of ballots. So I would like to propose new wording that each subsequent ballot, every 2 ballots, that 10% would rise by 5%. So on the 4th ballot, it becomes 15. On the 6th ballot, it becomes, yes, so it progresses up at the bottom.
Discussion on the motion. The motion is that with each subsequent ballot, for every 2 ballots, that the threshold goes from 10%, well, it goes up 5%. If you have language for that, where's the author? If you have language written for that, if you could share that with the secretary, that would be helpful. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. This amendment has been. So, discussion to the amendment. The gentleman at the mic. The gentleman at the mic.
Because after 20 ballots, no one would be qualified.
Further discussion on the proposed amendment. Seeing none, I will. Were you stepping to the mic?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm
go ahead.
speaking opposition, unless somebody else is speaking for. But opposition just because.
Please state your name and BPOU.
Sharon Sikora, Scott County. I think this will be just a credentials nightmare to continue to change the bar, and everyone's going to be confused about what's happening. So I'm opposed to this.
Seeing no one else at the mic, all those in favor of the proposed motion to change the threshold every 2 ballots to go up at 5% after every 2 ballots, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Nay. The motion fails. The chair will recognize Kathy Roberts for our final credentials report. Can someone find Kathy? We're going to go ahead and move to adopt Section 5 while they're trying to find Kathy. We're trying to get an updated credentials report so that we know what we're working with here. All those in favor of approval of Section 5 as amended, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Section 5 is adopted. I will recognize the rules chair to start talking about the next section until we can locate Kathy.
All right, folks, we're getting through it. I'm going to try to make sure I talk about the right stuff this time. I apologize again. So we're on Section 6, that is, at the bottom. Rule 48 is where it's starting. That's on page 5. And then we're literally on to the last page. There was definitely some discussion about the nominations for national delegates, how we should do it. We had some background knowledge. With the way that the state party had things set up is that so our national delegates don't get unseated or not credentialed out at the RNC. They wanted to go ahead and have our candidates run into a slot as to because all the votes are binded according to the current rules. So in CD2, and they did it by CD, that means that there's one vote for Rubio, one vote for Trump, and one vote for Cruz. So we're essentially going to have 3 lanes. The candidates would pick their lane, the Trump lane, the Rubio lane, etc. And then they would come up and give their speeches, and then they would go ahead and take a vote on those particular ones. The ballots would have 3 separate boxes. So as the people came up and talked in the Trump lane, you'd write down, I like, Joe Blow, and put that in there. And then someone would talk in the Cruz lane and say, I like so-and-so, put their name in there, and so forth. It was also discussed about an amount of votes. The one thing I'd want to talk to folks about in here, and I'm searching for the rule here, is where, so they're each going to be nominated separately, so like the Trump would talk and so forth, is that there would be a single vote for each one of those lanes. You'd be able to vote for a single candidate. The highest vote getter would become the delegate for that slot. The next highest vote getter would be the alternate. Now we also wrote into the rules, and pardon me while I look for it, thank you, 53. Rule 53, you'll see in there that if you're not elected as a delegate and you've been elected as the alternate, you can defer that to the next highest vote getter. And the reason why we wrote that rule in there is because if you're elected an alternate here at this CD, you're not allowed to run for a delegate at the state convention, which is in a few weeks here. So we wrote that in there just in case someone was relegated to an alternate, they wanted to continue to go on and run again at the state convention so they could go ahead and do that. So that's why we wrote that rule in there. And I think that's it. So without anything further, I'd move to adopt.
Move to amendment.
Second.
Discussion.
Pardon me, guys. I would move to adopt Section 6, Rules 48 through Rule 54.
Discussion. Amendment. Amendment, please.
I'll withdraw the motion so we can have the credentials report.
The chair recognizes Kathy Roberts for the final credentials report. Is that correct?
The only delegation which is not filled is the affiliates. They had 8, 6 people are here from the affiliates. We have a grand total of 309 people attending this year. A simple majority is 155. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Can somebody wave at me from House District 52A so I know where to go to get seated? Okay, thank you.
Okay, with the final credentials report, I move to adopt Section 6, Rule 48 through Rule 54.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded to approve Section 6 of our rules. I see gentlemen at the mic. I believe you were up first.
Appreciate it. I'm sorry, one quick amendment.
Your name and...
Alan McIntoon, Scott County. Number 52, however, if a vote is cast, basically moving that we should be able to vote for 6 national delegates because there's 6, 3 delegates, 3 alternates. We should be able to vote for 2 candidates in each slot because there's two slots. So, no, it's not. You got the language?
You have to come to the mic to speak, please.
Okay, strike at once at the end of the first sentence. Add on the first ballot.
Point of order, please.
State your point of order.
Point of order. Just like in the previous section, don't we have to vote up or down the motion on the floor for that section before we take amendments?
That's true. We do. I'm sorry. You're correct, sir. So first, we're going to vote. We're going to vote on Section 6, and then we'll entertain discussion and amendments. All those in favor of adoption of Section 6 of the proposed rules, please signify by standing.
I'm sorry.
Section 6 is adopted. To the rules
can you
chair,
cut me
Section
off?
7.
Point of order? Didn't I have the floor? Oh, no.
Point of order.
State your point of order.
The Credentials Committee was given a financial report. Can we ratify that? Right, we need a motion from them, from that committee, to adopt the final credentials report so we have a body.
Are you part? Does it have to
Well,
be?
it's
someone
Kathy's, it's Kathy's to move,
Kathy,
but
would you like to move the credentials report?
My name is Kathy Roberts, and I'm the chair of the Credentials Committee, and I would like to move the report with a total delegation of 309. Thank you so very much.
All those in favor of approving the final credentials report, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Nay. The credentials are adopted. From the rules chair, Section 7.
Rule
Point of order.
State your point of order.
Yes, I believe that we never allowed for discussion on the rules, specifically Rule 54, before you went for a vote. And there were people here standing to propose an amendment.
My apologies.
Thank you.
So if there was discussion on the passage of Section 6, I will do I have to withdraw something? Okay, speakers for and against Section 6. If you were here to discuss that, please come forward.
Madam Chair, my name is Brock Alter. I'm from SD 54. I would like to propose a motion, or make a motion to amend Rule 54. One simple word. It says, shall not be interpreted to mean the delegate elected to the slot shall be bound to the vote of the presidential candidate. I propose that we strike not, because I believe they should be bound in that first vote as bound, because otherwise we're betraying our voters, and the people are going to look at this as a sham. Thank you.
That motion is in order. There's another gentleman with the mic.
I was actually going to question that point of order, that you were just calling it a debate for whether or not we were going to debate passing the whole section, and that was an amendment. That's where I thought we were. Am I incorrect? So that amendment would itself be out of order, because we're not debating amendments. We're debating whether, or we're coming forward because we didn't have a chance to debate the section that had already passed, and that was the point why we're up here, not doing amendments. That's all.
So, sir, when we're discussing a section, it is appropriate to offer an amendment. I'm sorry. When we are discussing a section for approval or not, or for adoption, it is appropriate to bring forth an amendment, which is what the gentleman did. Any other discussion on the proposed amendment to remove the word not from Rule 54? The gentleman with the mic.
Jackson Harvey, SD 56. I understand the gentleman's point. I truly do. The rule says something about if the rules adopted by the RNC don't require the delegate to be bound. So this isn't saying that under the current rules, the delegate wouldn't be bound. I'm all about fair process, and I think the rules as they state say that the delegate should be bound. All this rule allows is that if the RNC changes their rules, that our delegates can vote according to the changed rules. So I rise against this motion.
Anyone wishing to speak for or against the motion?
Jonathan Painter, 55B. I also rise against the motion, basically just mirroring exactly what Jackson Harvey said. The grassroots is about the delegates that we send up, and they should be able to vote their conscience. And things change, and situations change, and candidates change. And I just think that we shouldn't be sending. I mean, our delegates shouldn't be bound to begin with. That whole mess shouldn't have happened. Unfortunately, it did, and I just think that we need to send our delegates there to represent us. Thank you.
Seeing no further I recognize the woman at the mic.
Mr. Chairman, point of clarification. Janet Byhofer, Senate District 56. The RNC does not make the rules for the convention. The Convention Rules Committee makes the rules for the National Convention, just as the State Rules Committee makes the rules for the State Convention, the CD Rules Committee made the rules for the CD Convention that we are in, and the BPOU Rules Committee do the rules for the BPOU conventions. This is not an RNC deal. This is a state national convention rules committee decision on whether or not the rules will change. Thank you.
The gentleman at the mic.
I'm Bruce Moreland, Rice County. I was part of the Rules Committee. We discussed this rule at length. At the time we were discussing the rule, it looked like we might be
not like his floor nominations. An angry delegate can stand up and read out of the phone book. It's happened before. So I'd rather see us get rid of the floor nominations portion, close nominations for national delegate, I think you said by noon. So I would speak in favor of that because you can find me. I'm right up front.
The gentleman at the mic.
Tony Lalonde, Republican Liberty Caucus. I would also support this motion to close by noon. We originally wrote the rules so that everyone would have a chance to participate. It seems like we don't have much left, and it would give everyone the time to go up till noon to go ahead and participate so Jeff can do his work, get our ballots set. So I would urge a yes vote to go ahead and support closing at noon so we have our candidates.
So the motion before us as delegates to the National Convention would have their names put into nomination by noon today. Delegates and alternates, correct.
Request for information. Rule 49 says nominations will be allowed from the floor. Doesn't this have to replace Rule 49 rather than be an added rule?
Would the gentleman at the mic wish to change his motion?
I do not believe it does. We can have nominations from the floor until noon.
Amend that? Yeah, I would have them amend this rather than add it. I mean, they either have to withdraw this and then add this other one.
Okay.
Because it's contradictory.
Okay, so would the gentleman that offered the amendment, would you be entertaining the idea of withdrawing that and just amending rule number 49 to address your
Certainly,
need?
I will
Okay.
withdraw my motion.
Okay, the motion has been withdrawn, and so would you like to restate?
Johnny Anderson, 55A. I would propose an amendment to 49 stating nominations for national delegate or alternate may be from the floor, and we'll close at noon.
All right, any discussion for or against that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting this amendment, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? The amendment is adopted. Further discussion on Section 6. The
right.
gentleman at the mic.
Alan McIntoon, Scott County, move to amend number 52. Votes for all 6 delegate and alternate slots shall be cast at once. However, if a vote is cast for more than 2 persons running for any given slot, the ballot shall be considered a spoiled ballot. You cannot vote for more than 2 persons for any presidential delegate and alternate slot, respectively.
Okay, discussion on the proposed amendment, and if you have that written, if you could please give that to the secretary so she has record of it. The secretary is seated at the table. Please state your name and BPOU.
Jackson Harvey, SD 56. While I absolutely agree with the spirit of this, and I wish we could do it this way, I've been told that we risk not having our delegates credentialed at the RNC if we vote for 2 candidates for a single slot. There are other ways to accomplish this. I hope somebody brings forward one of those amendments, but the guidance I've been given is that if we vote for 2 candidates for the slot, we risk, although I'm absolutely in favor of this as an idea, I'm being told that that puts our delegates at risk. So I stand in opposition of this.
Anyone else wishing to speak for or against? Would the author of the amendment please go to the mic and restate it before we take the vote so the body is clear on what we're voting on?
Just voting so we can fill all the slots. Votes for all 6 delegate and alternate slots shall be cast at once. However, if a vote is cast for more than 2 persons running for any given slot, the ballot should be considered a spoiled ballot. You cannot vote for more than 2 persons for each presidential delegate and alternate slot, respectively.
Okay. All those in favor of the proposed amendment, please signify by saying aye. Opposed? Nay. The amendment fails. Any other discussion on Section 6? The gentleman at the mic.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Steve Driscowski, House District 21B, Wabasha County. Madam Chair, my amendment strikes at the same spirit that the gentleman earlier brought forward, but the amendment would amend Rule Number 52, not put us at the same risk that Mr. Harvey brought forward, but it would strike the word "at once" at the end of the first sentence. It would add the word in its place "on the first ballot" would be in its place. And then, Madam Chair, a new sentence after the existing first sentence, that sentence would read, "Votes for all 3 alternate slots shall be cast on a second ballot." And then, Madam Chair, at the beginning of the second sentence, strike the word "however" because it's superfluous. And fifthly, Madam Chair, strike Rule Number 53 because it would no longer be needed.
Okay. Please stick around because we're probably going to be needing you to rehash that. But if you want to give that language to the secretary, that would be appreciated. Anyone wishing to speak for or against? I'm sorry, is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. Those wishing to speak for and against, please come to the mics. The gentleman at the mic.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, Madam Chair and members, delegates of the convention, we have before us a set of rules that don't allow the alternates to be elected by the majority of the people here. This approach would allow even the alternates, who are just as important at the National Convention, to receive a majority vote of the people here. And so what this brings forward is a better opportunity for representation for those that are running for alternate spots or who would eventually be elected alternate, Madam Chair, and I encourage people's support of the amendment.
The gentleman at the mic, I recognize you.
Jonathan Painter, 55B. I rise in opposition to this amendment. We speak about representation. Obviously, the alternate will not be speaking for the majority, but he will be for a very good size of the minority, at least. So if we're talking about representing this body, I think that does an absolutely wonderful job of doing that. I would highly suspect that the delegate would fulfill his duties, and if he wasn't, then the alternate would have a chance. I think the rules were thought through very well, and so I would just ask that we just reject any more amendments and pass the rules. Thank you.
Anyone else? Oh. I recognize the lady at the mic.
Yeah, Sharon Sikora, Scott County. Thank you for listening to me a lot today. I would speak in favor of this only because people have selected if they wanted to be a delegate versus an alternate, and I think we should respect those people running for those positions, and they are 6 different positions instead of 3. So thank you.
Any further discussion on this amendment? Would the author please come to the mic and please restate the amendment? I'm sorry, before you do that, were you coming to speak for or against the amendment?
I am coming to speak in favor of just moving on to
Thank you for that. The author of the amendment will restate the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The amendment will, first of all, strike the word "at once" at the end of the first sentence, replace it with "on the first ballot." A new second sentence would read, "Votes for all 3 alternate slots," and then strike at the beginning of the second sentence, and then strike Rule 53.
Very fine. All those in favor of the amendment, please signify by standing. The motion fails. Further discussion on Section 6.
I'd like to make a motion to close discussion.
Can they do that? Make a motion to close discussion? Yeah. All right. It's been moved and seconded to close discussion on Section 6. Those wishing to speak in favor of closing discussion on Section 6. All those in favor, I see no further discussion. All those in favor of closing discussion on Section 6, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion prevails. All those, I will now move that we adopt Section 6 as adopted. As amended, I'm sorry, I said it twice. All those in favor of adopting Section 6 as amended, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Section 6 is adopted. On to Section 7.
All right, guys, we're getting close. I'm going to be real brief with this. Section 7, there's a presidential elector. If folks know about the Electoral College, this is a person that would go down to the Capitol and crank it for the presidential elector. It's very straightforward. It's part of our Constitution. The language is very plain spoken. I move to adopt Section 7.
Section 7, any discussion on Section 7?
Madam Chairman, Ikram al-Haq, 57A. I propose that we'll adapt Section 7, 8, 9 and get on with it.
Second.
There has been a motion to adopt the remaining sections, Section 7, 8, and 9. Is there a second? Second. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Do you have a point of order, sir?
Yes, I would like to amend Section 8.
We are going to go through with the up-down vote of adoption of Section 7, 8, and 9, since that was on the table. All those in favor of adoption of Sections 7, 8, and 9, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Sections 7, 8, and 9 are adopted. The next order of business is to
Madam
make
Chair.
the gentleman at the mic.
I wish to make an amendment to Section 8.
That is not in order, sir. The next order of business is to make the temporary organization permanent. The chair moves that we make the temporary organization permanent. That was the folks that we, it's been moved and seconded. And all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? The temporary organization has been made permanent. The next item of business is consideration of
Madam
motion
Chair.
to endorse for Congress. The gentleman at the mic.
I'm sorry, I have a point of order.
State your point of order.
Were sections 7, 8, and 9 submitted for approval by a member of the Rules Committee, as is required?
He waived it. I mean,
Okay, I wasn't sure.
He didn't have anything to say on it. So yes, he submitted a full report.
I consulted with the chair of the Rules Committee and asked him if we should go ahead and adopt those three remaining sections, and he said he was fine with that.
Okay, thank you.
So we will go ahead to the next order of business, consideration of motion to endorse for Congress. And this is just a motion to proceed with the endorsement for the CD2 Congressional District. We are not voting yet on particular candidate, just whether to make the endorsement. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. The motion is adopted. I would call on the chair of the nominations committee, Jeff Lorson, for a report on the congressional nominations on the congressional candidates.
It's still good morning. Good morning. Quickly, before I give the nominations report, there are 4 individuals that I still do not have the slot you are running in. Adam Gilbertson, Dan Langehow, Bruce McInthune, and Laura Trozen. Please come down to the Secretary's office so that I can make sure you're assigned to the correct slot. All right. There were 5 candidates who presented themselves before the nominations committee. Following Robert's rules, there are 3 possible votes by the committee. Vote number 1 is qualified. Vote number 2 is qualified with reservations. Vote number 3, not qualified. The committee has met and properly has assessed each of the candidates which presented themselves. When communicating with the candidates, we made it clear that question number 4 asked, will you abide by endorsement, that anything other than a yes would be read and would be considered a reason for qualified with reservations. So with that, we will go to the initial candidate, candidate Darlene Miller. Darlene Miller came before the committee, and the committee voted qualified with reservations. Darlene Miller's answer to number 4, will you abide by endorsement, is I will not abide by endorsement. Candidate number 2, John Howe, came before the committee. John Howe was voted qualified with reservations. The reason being, his answer to question number 4, not submitted in writing but verbally to us, is that he had been clear since January that if no one entered the race after that and therefore would not run in an endorsement, then he would possibly go to primary if somebody else went to primary. That wasn't really a yes or no answer, so the committee voted to be qualified with reservations. Candidate number 3 was Gene Rexigel. Gene came before the candidate and was found to be qualified with reservations. His answer to question number 4, will you abide by endorsement, was yes. However, when questioned by the committee relative to his fundraising potential for the money that is necessary to run in this race, the committee felt that he would not be able to find the adequate resources to compete effectively in the district. Candidate number 4, David Gerson. David Gerson came before the committee and was found to be qualified. His answer to question number 4, will you abide by endorsement, was yes. The committee in its due diligence did follow up and recognize that candidate Gerson has run against an endorsed Republican in this district before. When questioned on this item, his answer was 2012 was not a serious candidacy. The committee recognized that in 2014 he did respect the endorsement process, therefore we thought him to be qualified. Final candidate is Jason Lewis. Jason Lewis came before the committee and was found to be qualified. His answer to question number 4, will you abide by endorsement, is yes. If another candidate is endorsed, he will not run in a primary. Candidate Lewis was also questioned regarding his status about living in the district. As you may be aware, the federal election does not require a federal candidate to live within the district, and he is located within 2 miles of the district, previously within that. Unlike state candidates, which are required to live in their district, that is not the case here. Therefore, the committee, after debate, found him to be qualified for the endorsement. Madam Chair.
I will move the nominations committee's report. Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. The report is adopted. Are there further nominations from the floor? It has been moved that nominations close. It's been moved and seconded that nominations close. Further discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Nominations are closed. We will now move to the endorsement of the candidates for Congress. The order in which they present today, it was determined by lot, and the first person up is Jason Lewis.
I would like to question the rules. Madam Chair. Well, the rule is that there should be no signs, or in Section 9, 62, all signs are, or number 61, all signs should not be on the stage or behind any candidate.
Tony, would you like to speak to that rule? Yep, that's a misreading of the rule. I'll reread the rule for you folks. Right. The Convention Arrangements Committee shall specify permissible locations of all candidate signage. No signs are allowed on the stage walls or stage. So, you can't put them up on the walls. So, they're okay. They're okay. Is that the correct interpretation, Tony? So they can hold them up? Yes. Okay, perfect.
Mr. Chairman, I assume that the time that's been taken in the rules battle will not reduce Mr. Lewis's time.
Correct. Time will start when you start speaking.
Hello, everybody. How you doing? Great to see you here today. My name is Dave Thompson. I'm state senator in Senate District 58. I know a lot of you and want to give you a sincere thanks for all that you've done for me. And now it is time to nominate a candidate for the 2nd Congressional District. I've known Jason Lewis for over 15 years. I know who he is and what he believes in. And everybody in this room knows from listening to him and watching him that there's no question that he is a man who will bring our principles and our ideas to Washington. But it doesn't do you any good if you can't get elected. And Jason Lewis can get elected. He has the ability to talk about the things that we believe in a way that will convince not only conservatives to be excited and come out, but those who are more moderate to come out and support Jason. And by the way, if you don't think that, if you think I'm the only one that believes he's electable, as you know, he has been the target of his opponents in this race for several weeks. A couple of days ago, Angie Craig chose one candidate to come out and attack. It was Jason Lewis. On the eve of this convention, a major Democratic group in Washington put out a website that is a hit piece on Jason Lewis. And just earlier today, the radical pro-abortion group Emily's List hit Jason Lewis for being pro-life. They know who they don't want to face, don't they? And I believe that Jason Lewis is a man that will take what we believe into Washington and represent this congressional district proudly. And therefore, I'm very happy to second the nomination for Jason Lewis to represent the Republicans as the endorsed candidate, 2nd Congressional District, State of Minnesota.
My name is Sally English, and I am adding my voice to nominate Jason Lewis to receive the endorsement of Minnesota's 2nd Congressional District Republican delegation. I've personally known Jason and his wife Lee for years. They are a wonderful family with 2 beautiful daughters, and I am proud to support him today. With Jason Lewis, we are finally getting what we've all been fighting for, a candidate who will defend the Constitution and actually represent us in Congress. Jason Lewis will fight for freedom, and he can win. Jason is the only candidate who can beat radical Democrat Angie Craig. Please join me today to vote to endorse Jason Lewis for Congress. Thank you.
Well, my mother's from North Minneapolis, so Minnesota is home. We have lived in this particular location almost since the early 90s. I grew up in a family business. We were an automotive warehouse distributor. My granddad started it, and my father had it, and then I had it for a little while. And so I knew the travails of a small business owner. It's not what people think it is. It's 60 hours a week, and you're not making the big bucks. And we went through something called eminent domain, which is where the government condemns your property for a public purpose, and then they get to decide what just compensation for your property is. It doesn't work out too well, and it was not a pleasant experience for us. And at that point, I had to look for a second career, and I was fortunate enough to find broadcasting. And I was very fortunate to have a good, solid career for over 25 years. Retired in August of 2014. People don't have to wonder where Jason Lewis stands. They know where I stand. Voters aren't looking for a calculated, politically correct answer this time around. They're looking for honesty. And they're looking for somebody that's going to fight for them, not back down, and stick to their guns. Well, I'm running for Congress because we're at a tipping point in America, in Minnesota, in the 2nd District. If we don't get things turned around pretty darn quickly, we're going to find ourselves in a real bad way. The challenge for any candidate is, A, you've got to be willing to buck the trends in Washington, to ruffle some feathers, and fight for what we believe in. But you also have to be able to win. One or the other won't do. You've got to be both electable and a change agent. I believe I'm that candidate. And I want to give you some specifics on not what I'm going to do just to win the election, but what I'm going to do once I'm elected. First and foremost, we're going to tackle the tax code. The tax code in 1913 was 27 pages long. Today it's 4 million words. That spring breeze you're feeling right now is the founding fathers spinning in their graves. We've got a regulatory problem as well, if you haven't noticed. In fact, there were 3,500 federal agency regulations issued in 2015. That is a new federal regulation coming out every 2.5 hours, 24/7. Education is a big deal for me, not because I think the federal government ought to do it, but the federal government ought to get out of the way. I'm also going to impose term limits on Jason Lewis, Congressman. If I can't get something done in 4 terms, 8 years, I ought to come home. And if I get something done in 8 years, I can hold my head high when I come home. This needs to be a race for the people. This needs to be a race for Minnesota and the 2nd District and the United States. And I intend to fulfill my obligations because I do believe that the congressman who serves his country first serves his district best. If we don't have somebody willing to take it to the enemy with gusto and glee and effectiveness, we are in trouble. I'm going to do that. We are going to change this country, and we are going to do it one district at a time, starting with the 2nd Congressional. Thank you all very much. Thank you all very much. Thanks to all these wonderful people, Dave and Sally. Thanks to all of you, fellow delegates, fellow alternates, voters. This is our time. This is the time we take back our country for the Constitution. This is the time when you make a solemn choice.
This is not a choice about a person. This is a choice about a cause. And that cause is limited government. That cause is the Constitution. What do members of Congress do when they get elected? They take an oath. They don't take it to a person. They take the oath to what? The Constitution of the United States. Because without the Constitution, without that document, it stands in the way between tyranny of the mob and individual freedom. That's why it's important. It limits the government. It limits the government from taking our property, and I know all too well about that. The Constitution limits the government from searching our homes or our cars, and yes, our phones without a warrant. That's what the Constitution does. The Constitution limits their power, their monopoly on force. And you know what? The Constitution protects our rights. Our inalienable right to life, the Constitution protects. Our inalienable right to life and liberty, and a Second Amendment that allows us to defend those rights. And I will give you my word that when I go to Washington, I'm going to stand up for those rights. That's what I intend to do. But I can't do it without your support. That's what this is about. Your choice, you represent. Your choice represents the future. You know, Thomas Paine, a couple of centuries ago, said, "We have it in our power to begin the world all over again." And so it is today. We have an opportunity like the Reagan Revolution in 1980 if we get the strongest candidate in the field this fall. This is not about loyalty to a person, as I mentioned. It's about your duty and my duty and everybody's duty to beat Angie Craig, period. You know, I can hardly wait. I will tell you, you need a candidate that likes to mix it up. You need a candidate that believes in what he or she says. You need a candidate that will not back down, stick to his or her guns, and takes the battle to the enemy in the fall, and I intend to do that as well. Now, I'm not just up here telling you I'm the strongest candidate, the candidate who can win, the candidate who can get the endorsement, win the primary, and win the general. Apparently, my opponents believe it too. Because in the last couple of weeks, there has been a flurry of attacks directed at me. There have been attacks on our conservatism. And I wear most of those Democrat talking point attacks as a badge of honor. Because why are they attacking Jason Lewis? I didn't realize that they were my buddy, my friend. No, they're attacking me because they know one thing, that I can beat Angie Craig. That we can get the support in Minnesota, in the second, and across the country to actually go to Washington and move the needle. This is not about a candidacy to make a point, ladies and gentlemen. It's about a candidacy to actually change the country, change Minnesota, and change the direction in favor of more freedom and less government. That is what this candidacy is about. So I come to you today with a solemn promise. I'm not going to be the congressman who brings home the pork. I will not promise you that. I am going to be the congressman that cuts the pork. Did I say I can hardly wait to get after Angie Craig? Yeah, I did, didn't I? Look, let's be serious about this. We have an opportunity, a golden opportunity here, to actually elect conservatives across the country. I have not seen the angst in the voters since 1980, as I mentioned. This is it. This is our opportunity, not just to make a point, but to change the country. Join with me. Join with our team. Join with Jason Lewis. Let's get after Angie Craig, and let's go get it this fall. Thank you very much.
I'll give folks a few seconds to get reseated. The next congressional candidate we'll be hearing from is Jean Reitzigal.
Well, this is about the most important endorsement, I think, in the country that we're going to experience right now. We're in a time of, our present time will be remembered in history in your hands for all eternity on who you endorse and what you do. I am Jean Rexico, running for Congress in CD2, and I believe, for we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, wickedness in high places, Ephesians 6:12. And that is why candidates for Congress and congresspersons like former House Speaker Boehner, who without the Spirit of God leading them, are no better than the blind leading the blind. Let us pray. Lord God, please grant us the power of your Spirit, our Lord, to break up Lucifer's political domain, the United Nations, another Tower of Babel, Genesis 11:4. Along with it, its tentacle, the Metropolitan Council. Please grant us the power of your Spirit, our Lord, to break up Lucifer's financial domain, the Federal Reserve, for the love of money is the root of all evil. 1 Timothy 6:10. Please grant us the power of your Spirit, our Lord, to establish Israel, to oversee the Middle East with military aid and financial support. Genesis 12:3. I will bless those who bless you, and I will curse him who curse you, and in all the families of the earth shall be blessed. All the families. And to all the wonderful, hard-working people of America who have sacrificed their time, their finances, their lives in honor and love to our country, and to you, Lord God, we pray you find us worthy for another 200 years. We pray, Lord God, that your Spirit, in mercy and in grace, may once again grant us worthy of the liberty you have blessed us with. Amen. I, Jean Rexico, am a spiritual born-again Christian who believes that the Torah, the Sabbath, and the Holy Temple are the essence of wisdom, understanding, and knowledge, and that these three are called a rope of three strands that binds the Jewish people and all the people of the world to the God of Israel. When the temple is standing, the divine presence is fully revealed. Then God, Israel, and all the nations of the world are unified. The holy temple, Isaiah 2:3, is the true source of world peace, healing, and brotherhood, not the UN. God has given me a great burden to win this endorsement, and I need your help and your vote on the first ballot, and to win the November election, to become a new House Speaker, so together all three of us can change the whole political landscape, by restoring our U.S. national security, getting the United States out of the United Nations, and getting the United Nations out of the United States. The UN is destroying the U.S. and Israel, repealing the Federal Reserve Act to stop having wars and financial crashes all the time, getting God to bless this country and all the peoples of the world with security and prosperity by getting the United States out of the Middle East, by substituting Israel to oversee and be the peacekeeper of the Middle East with U.S. military aid and financial support of enough strength to more than greatly guarantee success, peace through strength by Israel and the U.S. The U.S. needs to upgrade its electrical grid against high-altitude electromagnetic pulse attack that would fry all electronics in a huge land area. 2, restore our U.S. economic security and prosperity. Our national debt will be $19 trillion by the end of 2016, so we must stop raising the national debt ceiling and start reducing the national debt by abolishing the IRS, as is abolishing the Federal Reserve, abolishing the United Nations, and stopping the constant involvement in no-win wars, and then backing our U.S. dollar with silver and gold while implementing a 3-tier flat tax system. No tax for income under $12,000. 12% tax on income between $12,000 through $144,000. Tier 20, and then Tier 2 would be 24% tax on incomes of $144,000 through $1,440,000, and then a third tier, the highest tax would be 36% tax on incomes above $1,440,000. Read my emergency letter to House Speaker John Boehner and Congressman John Klein, dated October 12, 2013. Social Security needs to be fully funded for the security of having real money certificates, cashable in paper, or in exchange for real gold and silver. The Metropolitan Council is out of control. I will do everything in my power to dismantle the Met Council. Obamacare. Congress should repeal Obamacare. We need proportional representation of all the people, from the precinct caucus through each convention level, all the way to the national convention. Repeal the 17th Amendment of the United States. Congress needs to codify when life begins. Isaiah 49:5. The freeways around the Twin Cities need to double the lane capacity. Congress needs to hold full-fledged congressional hearings into the matter of how United States Supreme Court Justice Scalia died. Why no security team for Justice Scalia? Why no autopsy in the death of Justice Scalia? And why did all this take place in an area of Texas that voted 70% Obama in the last election? The sheriff, the judge, and John Poindexter are all Obama supporters. The hearings into how Justice Scalia died and why, just days after the justice blocked the Paris Climate Accord, would be 1,000 times more important than the Watergate hearings were. In the 19th light on these truth shall keep us free. See the insert on how Scaliagate would damage the Democrats and change the landscape of politics to favor Republicans for 10 years to come. Congress needs to get rid of summary judgment in the courts, and juries need to be allowed to decide both law and fact. Justice Tom C. Clark said, in the ultimate analysis, only the jury can strip a man of his liberty or his life. Jack Weinstein said, when jurors refuse to convict on the basis on what they think are unjust laws, they are performing their duties as jurors. 1993. Matthew 7:16. You will know them by their fruits. It doesn't say you will know them by their talk. It doesn't say you will know them by their money. It says you will know them by their fruit. I've been working and fighting against government, even now, against different cities and whatnot. They want to put criminal charges on you if your grass gets over 5 inches tall. Criminal charges. That is out of this world. And landlords are being treated like criminals. Landlords are being required to register with the police department. With the police department. Get that? Unbelievable. And if you don't, a misdemeanor. I've been working. I started in 1980. Chairman, Minnesota Conservative Union, brought Congressman Phil Crane, and I believe it was Representative McDonald was there, Phil Crane, myself, and a huge audience of people. In 1978 and 1980, I was a state delegate. But what I want to say is that ISIS and Israel warned us of 9/11, and we did not listen to Israel. And Israel again is warning us of ISIS. I got 10 more seconds. I ask for your vote. I ask for your support. Thank you, and God bless.
The next candidate for congressional office is John Howe.
They've weakened our nation, run up the debt, pandered to foreign powers, and promoted socialism. They are the forces of destruction. It's time we send someone to Congress who's as tough as the Minnesota winters are harsh. John Howe is tough and ready because he's the only candidate with a proven conservative record who's built a business, governed and raised a family in the 2nd District. And frankly, he's the only Republican who can beat Angie Craig in November. John grew up on a Minnesota farm where sweat, sun, and soil produced a harvest. He graduated from college, worked jobs from correction officer to firefighter before becoming a successful small businessman and raising a family. John,
that's what it's all about. You know, and I've got to tell you, it's really hard to tell you who I am in 2 minutes or in 5 minutes or in 8 minutes or 7 minutes or when that red light goes off. It's very hard for you to get to know who I am. So, you know, I grew up on a farm in Minnesota, and I grew up without running water, and I don't want anybody to feel sorry for me, but, you know, I've been fighting the odds. I've been fighting the odds my whole life. But I've made it. I've made it this far. I'm fighting the odds today with you. But I hope that you'll listen to what I have to say. You'll try and reach out, and hopefully I can give you a little flavor for who I am today. Now, I like to tell you a little bit about myself. I'm the only candidate that actually goes hunting and fishing. And then you might say, well, that's not important. Well, those are big Minnesota traditions. And I teach my kids how to hunt and fish, and I've been a sportsman for most of my life. And I like to use a little analogy when you go fishing and you cast out. Actually, Kim and I are members of the Red Wing Sportsman Club, and they had their annual meeting here a month ago, and I won a fishing rod. So when I walked back to the crowd, I said, I'm fishing for votes. And that's what I'm doing today, is fishing for votes. And you know, when you cast in a clear lake with a spoon and you see that northern coming along, and bam, they take that lure and you reel them in, and you got a fight on your hands. And that fish is going for that flashy object that you're going to get. Now,
Best thing in my whole life is my family right here. My wife, Lisa, we've been together since 1989. Thank you. Thank you so much. And this is why I'm running right here. I'll start with oldest to youngest. Jack is 19. He just flew in last night from Phoenix. He just finished his first year of Arizona State in engineering. And the big thing about him is he scored high enough on the Navy test. He's going into the Navy nuclear program. So he'll be serving our country. 6 years active, 2 years inactive. Our son David, it looks like they're out of order here, doesn't it? But our son David is 17 and he doesn't want to be here today. He has prom in Cannon Falls today with his date. So he actually changed clothes. You probably saw him earlier. So he's running the clock too, Ernie. And this is our darling Caitlin. She's 11, and it took me a little while to talk my wife into the last one. She said 2 and we're done. I said, no, we have to have more. But that's why I'm running. I'm very passionate. You guys have heard me talk about it before. I'm very passionate about the United States national debt. And folks, we are going to drown. We're going to drown in a sea of red ink if we don't address it. And we're on the verge of handing over a bankrupt nation to our kids and our grandkids. And it's absolutely immoral what we're doing. Absolutely. Now, you are going to hear a lot of people talk about all the problems. I've had to follow Gene about 3 times this season. I love Gene. But he's a tough act to follow. Now, he is. But bless him, bless him. We hear about all the problems, but we need solutions. Now, I'm offering solutions. I want to address that. I guarantee you, if you elect me to the United States Congress, every day I'm going to raise the flag on the debt issue. When I served in the Minnesota Senate, I never took a single day off because that's how passionate I am about the issues. Now, some of you probably saw the yellow flashing arrow when you came here. How many people saw a yellow flashing arrow? I'm the guy that passed that? That's a round of applause, by the way, where you don't have to wait for the whole traffic light to signal and you can take a left-hand turn. I'm a common sense guy. But I can tell you, like the video said, I don't always agree with my party. And sometimes I step across. And when my party's ready to take a knee, or when my party's ready to make a deal that's unacceptable, I don't agree with it. Now, I might get a bad rap for that, but I'm not a guy that always says no. I don't think we want to send somebody up there who's going to say no to everything. But I do think you need to send somebody up there that's principled. Now, I'm the only one running that has a true voting record. I've actually voted for life. I've voted to defend the unborn. I've actually voted to reduce the size and scope and the limit of government. As mayor of Red Wing, I vetoed the budget to hold the line in Texas. Thank you. In the Minnesota Senate, I voted to stop the overreach of government when they were coming out to rural churches and they were trying to shut them down. I partnered with Steve Dorskowski on a church ladies bill. So there's a time and a place where you stand up and you say no to leadership. But you don't wake up every day doing that. Now, if you select me as your congressman, you're not going to get that flashy lure that's coming across. You're not going to get all the shine. You're going to get somebody that is working every day. I'm going to tell you something else. You know what this is? This is the Red Wing phone book. You know what's in it? My name, our name actually, John and Lisa Howe. You look at it, you can call us. We'll answer the phone. When I called for your vote, I didn't call from a restricted number. I called from my personal cell phone. If you can't get a hold of your candidate or your person as a candidate, how are you going to get a hold of them as a congressman? You know? It's important. It's important you elect people from your community. It's important that you elect people from your district. And I'm going to tell you, I pay taxes in 3 of the 5 counties. I pay commercial and business taxes in Rice County with my Sears store. I pay commercial and residential taxes in Dakota County. And I pay commercial and residential taxes in Goodhue County. Now, I'm committed. I understand our government is out of control. We need to reduce the size and scope of government. We got to eliminate the Department of Education, the Federal Department of Education. We've got to get back to states' rights. I will answer to any vote that I took, but I'm going to tell you, if you vote for me, I guarantee you, Lisa and I have talked, if our name is on the ballot, We've put a significant amount of our resources into this election. We will spend every dime defeating the Democrats, every single dime. It's that important. So I ask for your vote. If you have any questions or if you're undecided, I'll be outside by my table. Please come and talk to me. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Before I have the next candidate come forward, just a little housekeeping note. As soon as the final candidate gives their speech and has left the stage, we will go right into balloting. So stay tuned. Don't get up out of your seats because we will need you to stay there to vote, and then we can break for lunch. Nominations for national delegate are now closed. The next candidate for Congressional District 2 is Darlene Miller.
A little shorter here. Good afternoon, fellow conservative Republicans. America is at a crossroads. The liberal Democrats have laid out their path, and it has been clear. They promise more government control, more government spending, and they will shred the Constitution whenever it suits them. They will divert tax dollars to their political allies, and they will continue to pick winners and losers, and they will not defend American values, nor will they utter the words Islamic terrorism. Like you, I have watched this, and I find it unbelievable. And that is part of the reason why I am running for Congress today. And I'm sure that is also part of the reason that motivates most of you for being here today. Well, let me propose a different path, one that has served America well. In 1992, Ronald Reagan quoted the words, "America is the country of tomorrow." Well, that is what this election is all about. Tomorrow. The tomorrow we live in, and the tomorrow our kids and our grandkids will grow up and work in. We must reclaim tomorrow by strengthening today. I would like to propose 3 key areas in how we can lead to reclaim tomorrow. And the first is jobs. We used to have a lot of good paying middle class jobs, and they fueled our economy, and they also fueled the American dream. But unfortunately, most new jobs are not being created today because most new jobs are created by small businesses. And we are at a historic low in starting small businesses. We must, and I will, reignite the American spirit of entrepreneurship in small business. The other thing we need to do is we need to shred all the regulation, the blizzard of regulations that are preventing many small businesses from starting up and then growing. I know a bit about this. I actually own a manufacturing company in the 2nd District in Burnsville. And along with my great employees, I took a company and transformed it from very old technology to a very 21st century precision machining company. And we manufacture everything from parts from motorcycles to missiles. And I'm proud of what we've done, and I showed the people through action how that could be done. So I know how to do action, I know how to do results, how to create both. I built my career on it, and that's what sets me apart from the career politician: actions and results. Politicians get up here and give a speech and they think they're done. In manufacturing, it requires planning and organizing and logistics and getting your hands dirty and then solving all the bottlenecks before you can finally produce something that works. We must get small business working again, and then we will get our economy growing again, and we will rebuild our middle class. And with that, the second big thing I'd like to propose is we must reduce federal government spending. In November, I plan to face off and defeat Democratic liberal Angie Craig. And you know what her policies are? Spend, spend, and spend some more. She supports the liberal Democrat agenda. And let me tell you about a couple things she supports. The first one is $800,000 for a smartphone app, that is going to teach your children how to eat their vegetables. Don't think it's going to work on my granddaughter. And $900,000 to teach mountain lions how to walk on a treadmill. Ridiculous. We don't have time today to get through everything in the federal budget and list all the cuts, but I can tell you where I'd start. Government subsidies and handouts. Nearly every department in the federal government has a budget where they can bail out someone or something. That can be a labor union, that can be a big bank or an oil company, or it could be Planned Parenthood or the politicians' pensions. We need to go after all these subsidies, and we need to stop picking winners and losers. And I don't pretend that's going to be easy. If it was easy, the politicians would already have done that. But I do have some skills in doing some of those things because I've managed a payroll and I've managed budgets for many years, and I know how to make those tough decisions and then get them implemented. The third big issue is national security. The Obama administration has led from behind for so long, it's hard to imagine what great leadership is all about. But America is a lot safer when we have a strong leader. And that doesn't mean that we have to stand up alone and intervene everywhere, but it doesn't mean that we hide and continue to be politically correct. And it doesn't mean that we allow their hatred and their suicide bombs to come into America or amongst our allies. The tragic bombings in Brussels and Paris were shocking, but make no mistake, the threat is here too. Our oceans do not protect us. Keep in mind Chattanooga and San Bernardino. We need to work with our allies to stop the growth of this perverted caliphate and empower our military to stamp out Islamic terrorism as a threat. It's not merely a political solution, but we do need more than our president's late and delayed responses. And if we tackle these three things, we create jobs, we cut our federal spending, and we defeat Islamic terrorism, we will secure the blessings and the freedoms for liberty for our children and our grandchildren. And I have faith in my conservative values, and I have faith in my real world experience that I can succeed where the career politicians have unfortunately failed us. And I intend to carry the Republican banner this fall against Angie Craig. I will offer solutions. She will offer big government, more government spending, and out of control. government, and she won't acknowledge that we even have any terrorism going on. I will and can defeat her, and I know you will all be proud of me as a Republican nominee. I am 100% pro-life, 100% Second Amendment, and 100% anti-tax. And I will not disappoint you. Now, I've gotten to know many of you over the last 13 weeks that I've been in this race. And I've enjoyed getting to know you, and I've enjoyed the conventions that I've attended. And you've all been very kind, very considerate. And you've also been very clear. You want someone who is going to abide by the endorsement today. And I've been honest with you since I got into this race late that I am going to go direct to the primary. I value you, I value your votes, and I value all of the 2nd District. So I am going to ask that you remove my name from the ballot today, and I thank you, but I also hope I get your support and your vote come November when I intend to beat Angie Craig. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final candidate for congressional CD2 is David Gerson.
I guess we'll start the timer with my opening my mouth. My name is Matt Lehman. I'm a Shakopee City Council member from 2002 to 2021. It's clear to me Washington is broken. The politicians are telling us what we want to hear. They're doing the opposite, then they're trying to spin it. We, the people, can and must fix this. For me to put my reputation on the line and provide an endorsement for a candidate, that candidate must first earn my trust. And I gotta say, to earn my trust, the bar is set pretty high. For over 3 years, I've watched David Gerson take on the fights no one else would. Speak the difficult truths others ignore. This is not new to David. He's been in the trenches working very hard for over 3 years, making sure that people's voices will be heard. I can honestly stand before you and say, a politician I can trust with my tax dollars. I trust David Gerson with my tax dollars. He has a proven principle and integrity for me to entrust him with protecting my rights. David Gerson has absolutely earned my trust and my support. I'd ask this convention to consider endorsing someone who will never break our principles, never violate our trust, or sacrifice their integrity. A vote for David Gerson is a vote for us, the people. We can and must fix Washington, and I thank you for your time.
My name is Jackson Harvey. I'm a committed volunteer for the Republican Party, most recently as chair of SD 56. Our unique endorsement process gives the grassroots in Minnesota a powerful voice. To protect that voice, we need to make an endorsement here today. And then we need to unite behind our candidate to win the primary and general elections together. I support David Gerson for Congress, not just because I trust him, not just because we need leaders like him in Washington, but because he will beat Angie Craig. Despite the naysayers, David has proven that he can fundraise. Some campaigns use Ponzi fundraising, spending one donation to raise the next donation, to inflate their fundraising numbers without building up any cash on hand, and wasting money. David is concentrated on maximizing cash on hand so that he can hit the ground running for the primary. David is plugged into the national conservative organizations. He is one of 9 Madison Project endorsed candidates, including Senator Mike Lee. The national conservative movement is donating to his campaign. David has more maximum donations than every other candidate in the race, including Angie Craig. Despite what you may have been told, fundraising is not a problem for David. David knows how to campaign. His ground game is second to none. He's the hardest working candidate I have ever seen. He's been doing this for 3 years, and he knows how to get the job done. Despite the naysayers, David won the straw polls at both debates held by CD2. He's a powerful voice for our conservative positions. He will win the support of the voters in CD2, and he will win both the primary and general elections. The only thing the Democrats can attack David on is the issues. And in a race on the issues, Republicans can win in CD2. David is the candidate the Democrats should fear most, a principled, grassroots representative of the people who will bring moderates over to the Republican side. You might have heard David's opponent say, David is a great guy, but he can't win. Well, David is a great guy, but I'm here to tell you he can and will win. America needs David Gerson, and the national conservative movement knows it. We must unite together, right here, right now, and endorse a candidate who can win. And that candidate is David Gerson.
I am David Gerson, and I am optimistic we can restore our great nation. I am optimistic because our conservative movement, thanks to the leadership of members of Congress like Senator Mike Lee of Utah, is growing faster than anyone thought possible.
This is not a document that is just old parchment. This is not something that is just a product of a bygone era. In many ways, the stories animating the Constitution, the stories that gave rise to these various protections of the Constitution that we have neglected over time, prove that the Constitution is as relevant today as it ever has been.
I am optimistic because Representative Jim Jordan of Ohio is leading the powerful House Freedom Caucus, which is banding conservatives together to amplify their voices in the people's house.
Frankly, I think everyone's watching not just the Speaker, but Congress. And our charge is real simple. And frankly, this is what the House Freedom Caucus is about. Doing what we told the voters we were going to do when they gave us the privilege of serving in the United States Congress. And if we do that and we focus on that, that's the real test.
I am optimistic because there are conservative organizations defending our conservative leaders and promoting our cause. I will be supporting their efforts to elect conservatives and bring accountability to Washington.
We're a membership organization based out of Washington, D.C., but we have over 100,000 members from all across the country, from all 50 states, and we're united because we believe in economic liberty, lower taxes, limited government.
Interestingly enough, today, Heritage Action, which keeps a scorecard of a lot of House members, they really have the ear of a lot of the House conservatives and the House GOP conference.
I am optimistic because we know the solutions to our country's problems. Reestablishing constitutionally limited government and restoring the balance of powers.
Mr. Speaker, in closing, Congress, and in particular the House of Representatives, has the power of the purse. Our Constitution gives this power to the legislative branch, not the executive branch.
Jobs ought to be number one in this House, and the number one jobs bill we can pass is the REINS Act. I ask for once that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle join me, and let's put America back to work.
I am optimistic because we understand that taking power out of Washington and returning it to local control will generate innovative solutions. I am optimistic because we understand that our economy has been shackled by regulations and a punitive tax code and the vast potential that can be unleashed.
New insight into the costs of the Obama administration's latest regulatory agenda. The report comes out twice a year. It's jam-packed with new rules for federal agencies to follow.
Rise in support overall of the REINS Act, a critical tool in the battle against overregulation, which is destroying jobs.
America's exceptionalism will be restored by exceptional Americans. Our great nation is at a crossroads and needs your conservative activism, and you are answering the call. That is why I am optimistic. Thank you for being here today and for carrying the torch for our conservative movement. I am honored to stand alongside you as a fellow activist and am humbled to receive your consideration for endorsement as our servant representative. I have a track record, one that is rooted in over 4 years of increasingly dedicated activism. My name is David Gerson, and I am running for Congress to fight, together with this community, for we the people. I am an engineer, a problem solver, a systems thinker. I am driven not only to advocate for conservative policy, but be an effective agent for meaningful change. Our complex problems require the type of transformational skills I have honed for decades in the private sector. I ask for your endorsement today based on a track record. One of engaging not when it is easy or convenient, but when it is necessary. One of fighting for the right cause in the right way for the right reason. Our country is at a critical juncture. And today, on May 7th, 2016 in Apple Valley, Minnesota, we have the opportunity to change the trajectory of the conservative movement in America. Our founding father, Sam Adams, has it so right. It does not take a majority to prevail, but rather a tireless, irate minority keen on setting brush fires of freedom in the minds of men. We are this generation's tireless minority. Our passion and resolve cannot be tempered, nor can it be manufactured. It is what has driven us here today, and we are spreading the brush fires of freedom inherent in our Republican ideals. Standing together with our greatest weapon, the Constitution of the United States of America, we can emphatically state that we, the people, are going to take our country back. Thank you.
The chair recognizes the chair of the Nominations and Search Committee, Jeff Lorsing, for an announcement.
Seated delegates, the Nominations Committee has been officially informed by candidate Darlene Miller that she has withdrawn from consideration for endorsement as announced to this body. Be aware that her name is on the ballot. To remind you that she has withdrawn, the Deputy Chair will place behind us a line through her name so that you are aware that she has officially communicated this to this body. Thank you.
I believe the BPOU chairs all have their packets with the ballots, and so they don't? So we need to have the BPOU chairs come forward and receive their packets. Also at this time, I'd like to ask the tellers, if you are a teller, to go out this door to my left, your right, and go to the room across the hall where the counting will take place.
Who is it in there? That's the first time.
The chair would like to recognize Lloyd Cheney for some housekeeping and lunch instructions. So if you want to eat, you might want to pay attention to Lloyd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're going to take this first ballot, and then we're going to move on to lunch at the discretion of the chair. So, to make things move successfully through the lunch line, we are selling pizza by the slice for $1, sodas and drink for $1, and chips for $1. So everything is $1. So it's a dollar bill. We do have change up there. So, but if you can have dollar bills, that would be great. If you can kind of lend things back and forth from each other, that would be awesome. So I guess there was some rumor or people thinking that the ticket was for lunch, but we have explicitly said that we purchased lunch and we are selling it back at, we're not really making a lot of money on $1 a slice of pizza. So the school needed us to kick us out of the cafeteria, so we're not going to be in the cafeteria. We're going to be in that foyer area right behind registration. So the lunch line is where you guys lined up to register. They're going to be sitting right out there. So queue up there, eat your lunch in those tables, those round tables, or you're welcome to eat lunch on the stairwell, the Greek Theater stairwell, which is right behind the auditorium. We have lots of people in limited time. The sergeants of arms will be helping people get through the line, and I think that's about it. So if you have any other questions, you can talk to a convention volunteer or sergeant of arms or me. We're going to address the time because the rules have said 30 minutes, but we might have to suspend rules to allow for more time for 500 people to get through the lunch line. So there's 75 boxes of pizza. That's quite a bit of pizza. If we hopefully we run out, if not, we'll sell it at a reduced rate. So thank you.
Please be back by 1:40. We have till 1:40 for lunch. So hopefully that'll allow you time to get through the line and have something to eat. We'll see you back at 1:40.
like he should be.
I've used that rule in the past.
I'll be back. See you later.
might be spending some money in your district. I like it. You don't have another. Good, excellent. Congratulations.
Okay, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Thank you. Sitting right here. Can't even pick my nose and elbows. You're up. No, seriously. Yeah, you bet. Yeah. I'm good. How are you? Good to see you. Good luck. Thank you. Take no prisoners. That's our plan. No, be positive. We'll be negative. So they're just trying to use the lines together. Okay, we're going to things the section. I like that. Okay. Yeah. Well, I know you're not. So we're doing original. The thing that you have on camera is you're on special environment. Live on Thursday. You see what they think they say hi to me? Then you vote on the section. And if the section passes, it does it, then you go to the next one. And the difference is all the sections that way, and all the sections at the very end. We did this one. Second So when you move the attorney, doesn't need to be a second, it's just a committee recommendation. So then, rather than vote,
Only 50% of people will get a resolution.
but you're not going to vote on the whole thing. You're just going to straight vote. So then after you vote, and then she's going to go to section 1. Who the heck is this? You're like a goat. I just show up.
That's why we never actually voted on Of course I do. I got one anyway. I got one anyway. Well done.
All you do is check it out. So, but, you know. Supposed to be back in 6 months. I'm guessing that.
Or whatever. I will.
You got it in 90 seconds. There you go. You know this character? Brown chair. He's the guy with the real brain. Well, there's dollars. Raise one. Yeah, never. Just say a little more. How close are they to becoming county? Everybody loves it. Now you can.
Please be seated. We have the results of the first ballot. All right, delegates and alternates, here are the results of the first ballot. Blank ballots, there were 3. The next, John Howe had a total of 19 votes for 6.15% of the vote. Jason Lewis had 138 votes for 44.66%. And David Gerson had 149 for 48.22%. I would like to ask the BPOU chairs to come forward and get your packets, and we'll go to the second ballot. Some of you were asking what they needed. There were 309 votes, so 60% of that would be 185.
Bruce, you gotta go. You're not an affiliate. I gotta go because I want to vote. Pat, I got one's coming back in, or you need a break. Affiliates are done. all 5 of them. Oh, I know. Well, I think it's where they're sitting or something. I don't know what they're doing. Right. So.
Well, maybe that's what
I'd like to. No, we're missing 2, but I know where they are. And I know right now. Better hurry. Thank you. Ooh, Scott County's coming down.
Please be seated. The chair recognizes a representative from the Donald Trump campaign, State Senator Julianne Ortman.
Well, good afternoon. It's nice to see so many Republicans in this room. Thank you for having me. I came to remind you of a couple of things. The first thing is, in January 2017, we are going to elect a new president, and there are only two people left that can serve as president. It's going to be either Donald Trump or Hillary Clinton. We have to help Donald Trump. You know, some people say he's not conservative, but I'm here to tell you why he is conservative. But first of all, it was Donald Trump that led on the issues that we Republicans care the most about. He dominated the airwaves from day one on immigration, on jobs in the economy, on building a strong military, and standing up for ourselves in the world. He's right about that, isn't he? We need to stand up for ourselves in the world. He has drawn thousands and thousands in crowds at his rallies, 20,000, 25,000 at a time. It's huge. Come on, it's huge. Come on. We have to grow our party from the middle. We have to appeal to more Americans if we want to win this election. And that's why we should stand with Donald Trump. Thank you. Trump shares our conservative principles. Don't let the media fool you. Let's see if you agree. On immigration, one of the greatest threats to America now is terrorism. Isn't he right about that? And he had the courage to call for a moratorium on immigration. Not forever, but just until our federal agencies do their work. The Department of Homeland Security, right? Immigration, Customs, and Enforcement. Shouldn't they enforce our immigration laws? Yes, he's right about that. And aren't you tired of hearing people say that we just can't build a wall with Mexico? Of course we can build a wall with Mexico. And Donald Trump won't take no for an answer. The number one issue facing our nation this year, jobs and the economy. We have lost 3 million jobs to Mexico and China. 70,000 manufacturing jobs to China just since they joined the World Trade Organization. Since 2000, our wages have been flat, while President Obama has doubled the national deficit. Donald Trump has a tax plan that will help grow our economy. When he asks U.S. companies to bring their foreign earnings back into our economy will grow, and he will add thousands and thousands of new jobs into the United States. Isn't he right about that? We need sustained economic growth and independence in the world. He was the first one to criticize the United States trade deals. He will negotiate better deals, good deals, right? Donald Trump, believe me. Donald Trump was the first to say that our military veterans deserve more than just our thanks. He is right. So if you're a military veteran, please will you stand up so we can thank you properly for your service. If you're a veteran, please stand up. I have a son in the United States Army, and that issue resonates with me just like it does with military families across the nation. And this election is going to be won in our VFW halls and in our Legion halls. Am I right? I'm right. Donald Trump was the first to say that our security agreements across the world, we have to renegotiate them. If you look at NATO, there are only 4 out of 28 nations that are living up to their end of the bargain. 4 of 28. 73% of the load. Isn't he right to say we need a better deal in NATO? He's absolutely right. And he's right when he says that we can no longer rely on foreign oil. We can and we should be energy independent, right? When former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton is their standard bearer, Donald Trump is going to make sure that she carries the burden of all the uncertainty in the world. He will criticize Hillary like no other. I'm right about that, right? Yeah. He has promised to repeal Obamacare, and he has promised to repeal Common Core. So isn't he right on our top issues? He's right on our issues. He's right on jobs in the economy. He's right on immigration. He's right on supporting our military veterans and having a stronger position in the world. And he is right about the crony capitalism of Washington and some of those special interests that don't care if we win this election as long as they can control our president. So I am asking you today, join with me in supporting Donald Trump. Your vote really does make a difference. We believe in elections. We believe in the responsibility of citizenship. You only have two choices, Hillary or Donald. Please stand with me and support Donald Trump for president.
Thank you. Before we move to resolutions, many of you know, and most of you, I'm sure all of you know, that we have this really large noose tied around our neck in Minnesota. It's called MNsure. Could I get some boos for MNsure? We are going to be addressing that issue in a unique way here in a few moments. And to introduce the topic, Representative Steve Drazkowski.
Thanks, everybody. So it was 2013 in front of the Government Operations Committee in Minnesota House. Democrats had full chokehold on the Minnesota legislature and Minnesota government, full throttle government. They had control of the House, the Senate, and the governor. And in front of that committee was Joe Atkins. That's a boo, folks. Joe Atkins with the MNsure bill. And I said to Representative Atkins in that committee, and it's on tape, I said, Representative Atkins, this is the most radical bill I have ever seen. And ladies and gentlemen, it turned out to be just that. As of today, we have in front of us a MNsure system that has so far cost us $408 million across its 70,000 enrollees. That's $5,800 per enrollee. And it still doesn't work. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been working hard in the Minnesota House of Representatives. Under Representative Chair Matt Dean's leadership, we have repealed MNsure not once, but this year, twice. MNsure is the agency or the quasi-government agency that is charged with enacting the law, the federal and state law that requires that we ensure that everybody who signs up for Medicaid in Minnesota, the health care welfare programs, the generous ones we have in Minnesota, that everybody who signs up for them is eligible. Well, guess what? The legislative auditor came out last year in over a 5-month period, just over 5 months, said that MNsure is wasting, folks, blowing out the tailpipe onto the road and into the ditch, somewhere between $115 and $271 million over 5 months. That's $1 million a day. Not only is it wasting money, just hand over fist, our money getting wasted in welfare eligibility failures and in wasted on a system that doesn't work, but it's hurting the real Minnesotans that it is supposed to serve. And with that, I would like to introduce to you Charlie Dunker's story.
Middle-class Minnesota has been thrown onto a $300 million broken website for healthcare. Most pay more and get less, while others cheat to get it for free. MNsure is making things worse, and it's hurting people. Let's chop MNsure.
My wife Gail was the kind of person who loved everybody, and it was unconditional. We have 3 children, Brittany, Taylor, and Sam. They were definitely the pride and joy of her life. That was her world. Gail was the best mom ever. When we started this landscape business, I mean, she would work sun up to sundown. That was Gail. There was just no quit. I loved going to work. We had a good thing going. Gail was a cancer survivor. She got breast cancer in 2007, but they got it early. She really came through it real well. We weathered the storm, but the biggest problem was our insurances kept going up every year. Well, it had gotten to the point where I believe we're at about $1,200 a month with an $8,000 deductible. And we didn't have a choice. You had to have it because Gail had had cancer, so nobody else would take her. MNsure came along. This was our savior. It was a no-brainer. In these rough years we've had, our income was down, so it was like, we're going to qualify for all this. This is gonna save us. That wasn't what happened. I can literally say in one hand we had a piece of paper saying, you're covered, you have insurance. We have this in writing. And when we try to use that insurance, MNsure's telling us, you should have never gotten that letter because you don't have insurance. The paperwork they sent us meant nothing. Day after day for months, Gail fought with MNsure, would call them, talk to them. You'd talk to a different person every time. One thing Gail said, she said, I can tell this comes from the top because every person that you talk to tells you the exact same thing. And the exact same thing happens. Nothing. Gail just started getting sicker. You know, I could tell when she wouldn't be getting out of bed in the morning when she normally would. She didn't feel good. One day Gail can't breathe and she just collapsed. She couldn't walk. I called 911. The ambulance came and then they hauled her to the emergency room and they gave her all the tests we'd been trying to get for months. Her lungs were full of cancer, bones were full of cancer, there was cancer everywhere. There was no trouble seeing it now. We were told this was a very treatable cancer if we'd have just gotten to a doctor earlier, which we had tried. While we were fighting with MNsure, the cancer spread. Nobody will help you when you're sick like that. They were going to let her die. The time we spent fighting MNsure should have been the time we were fighting Gail's cancer. MNsure did not give her a chance to do it. MNsure killed Gail Dunker. She would be here today, there isn't a doubt in my mind, if it hadn't been for MNsure. Nothing has changed and nobody's been held accountable for anything. They all just walk away and go, sorry. You know how many times I've been told, God, we're sorry about that. I'm sick of hearing sorry. Doesn't mean a damn thing anymore. There is no justice for Gail. It's too late. I just don't want what happened to Gail to happen to anybody else, to another family. I talk to her every day. There's everything around us, our business, our house. It was all what we built together. And it's different now.
The chair recognizes Representative Matt Dean, who's been a tireless warrior in this fight against MNsure.
Thank you, Peggy. Charlie Dunker called me the day after we introduced the bill to kill MNsure. And for me, that was the day it really changed in how I was really looking at this. This is now something about Minnesotans who are really getting hurt by this. It's not about the money or the politics or the Democrats or the Republican or Obamacare. It's the right thing to do. And I really have a two-step plan for MNsure. It's not really complicated. It's not really sneaky. Step one, kill it. Step two, bury it. Period. And you'll hear a lot of Republicans and Democrats say that, well, you really can't do that. You can. We can do it. Oregon did it. Hawaii did it. These are not exactly Republican states. we can do it here in Minnesota too. So my goal is to have more people sign up to kill MNsure than sign up for MNsure this year. So please help me do that. Please fill out these petitions. We're going to get more people to sign up to kill MNsure than sign up for MNsure, and we're going to get this thing gone soon. Thank you very much for your help.
Thank you, Matt and Draz, for your work on that. And I believe they're handing out some cards now that you can sign up for that petition to kill MNsure. Well, and just like clockwork, our second ballot has been counted. So I will start with the blank ballots. Excuse me, there were 309 votes cast, one blank ballot. Gene Reitzegel received one vote for 0.32% of the vote. Second, 140 with a total of 142 votes, David Gerson, that's 45.95% of the vote. And Jason Lewis received 153 votes for 49.51%. We will need to have the BPOU chairs come forward to get a third ballot. Oh, I am so sorry. 12 votes for 3.88%.
Before we take the next ballot, I just want to say thank you all for being here. Like I said before, I've always been fighting the odds. I was fighting the odds here, and I appreciate it. The main thing I want you guys to think about is who's going to win in November. That's what it's all about, and you got to put the best candidate forward. I'm not throwing my support one way or the other. I want you guys to make the best choice you can, and let's beat the Democrats come November, all right? Thank you so much for being here.
Folks, before you cast your next ballot, just want to make sure that you understand that two of the candidates have dropped out. John Howe has dropped out, and the other. I have it written down here somewhere. And Gene Ritznagel has also dropped out. So we're down to a two-person, two names on the ballot. So, folks, there will still be three names on the ballot because we did before this next ballot was copied off. We weren't aware that John Howe would be dropping out, so you can cross his name out or just know that. Don't mark on the ballot. No, don't mark on the ballot. Just vote for either Jason Lewis or David Gerson.
I'm here.
That's why you're still in All-American.
If you have filled out your MNsure petition, hold it up and someone will come by and gather them. Hold them up and someone will come and gather them. There's some over here, sir. Oh, you're not cool. Oh, there we go. Thank you. They are. Very good. If I could have your attention, we're going to try to move along in the agenda and start the resolutions process. Is Jerry Ewing nearby? Jerry's coming forward. Kathy has plenty of more copies of the resolutions. If anyone wants one, please come down and see her. All right, I will turn it over to Jerry Ewing, the chair of the Resolutions Committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, we've had a good lunch. It's the middle of the afternoon. We've had a good lunch. It's the middle of the afternoon. It's time for either resolutions or a nice nap. I'll let you pick.
Talk really loud right into that thing.
Straight in?
Straight in, close as you can.
Is that better? Okay. Chew on the microphone. All right, I'll repeat the joke. Maybe the third time somebody will get it. It's time for either a nap or resolutions. And maybe I should be the one taking the nap. Nonetheless, if you didn't have a copy, please get it and feel free to read through that while I talk. Hopefully you've had time to look through most of it if you already had a copy. I want to call your attention to a few things. There we go. If I can hear me, then maybe you can hear me. I want to call your attention to a few things that are already stated in the report. We have brought forward every resolution that passed a BPOU convention and that we received, unless it was already in the platform. And we've also made every attempt, although we've modified the language to fit into the existing standing platform, we've made every intent, we've tried very hard to preserve the intent of the resolution. In addition, you will see that the committee has offered a recommendation of why each resolution should or should not be forwarded to the State Platform Committee for consideration to be put into the state platform, and in many cases offered a reason for that recommendation. Now, there are two additional things that you should know about that. First is that this convention and the state convention that followed passed a resolution to condense our platform, eliminate the unnecessary verbiage, and preserve the intent of what was in the standing platform. You should know that over the last 2 years that has been done, and approximately 2,000 words have been removed from the standing platform. Thank you. So the reason for my mentioning that is that what you will see at the state convention as far as the platform committee report, you will see your resolution again if it passes this convention. But again, the words may be different because it may have been shortened to fit into the new shorter platform. We're not attempting to remove the intent of all the work over the years that have been done by the thousands and thousands of state convention delegates. We're just trying to make it easier to read and easier to follow. The second thing, and probably more important, is that you should not have to have a resolution that passed caucus, pass your BPOU convention, pass the CD convention, and pass the state convention and get into the state platform in order to be heard. Your concerns at caucus are just as valid as anything in the state platform. And to that end, what we've done here is created an action agenda, which you will find attached to the Resolutions Committee report. And what's in there is every resolution that passed a BPOU convention, whether it is already in the platform or not. I was surprised when we put this together how naturally the hot button issues stood out. And what we're going to do with this is we are going to pass this directly to your candidates, to your legislators, and if they're smart, they in the platform debated and voted individually if requested by 15% of the seated delegates and alternates. This is consistent with our past practice here in this CD, at least, with the last state convention, and it basically avoids us having to debate things that 85% of us already agree on. So with that, Madam Chair, I move acceptance of the resolutions report as written.
Before we get to that, I do want to introduce another special guest that we have here today that is making the rounds this afternoon. And this person had a very wonderful victory this week in the Minnesota Senate by taking down the DFL gigantic bursting at the seams bonding bill. Ladies and gentlemen, Minority Leader David Hann.
Thank you. It's good to be here. Good to be here with all the conservative Republicans. A lot of people don't know that before I got into politics long ago, I was a student at the Divinity School of the University of Chicago, studying to be a professor of religion, and learned some things. One thing I learned is that the scriptures tell us we should be conservative. It's true. Ecclesiastes 10:2 says, "A wise man inclines to the right and a foolish man to the left." You can look it up. It's there. So it's good to be here with all you wise people. As Representative Scott said, we did have a vote this week. And, you know, last week we had a big vote on a spending bill, a supplemental budget bill. Another $1 billion was added to the budget that we just passed last year by the Democrats. I don't think it's going to get through the Republican House. I trust our House members are geared up for that one. I don't think it's going to go anywhere. But that's what they spent every dime of the surplus. And not a penny of it went for the transportation priority that we all said that we wanted to do, is put some money in long-term transportation. Not a dime. So that's what they did last week. This week they came with a bonding bill, or a borrowing bill, $1.8 billion with a B. That's the largest borrowing bill in state history. We already have debt service payments that we make that over $1 billion a biennium, over $1 billion in debt. And this would have added another $200 million to that debt service. So we worked at this for a while among our members, and it's one of those bills where you have to have a supermajority, and the Democrats needed 2 of our votes. We have 28 members. They needed 2 votes from our side to pass it. It's kind of a strategic mistake on their part. They never came and asked us if we would give them any votes, but they just believed they had them because they load up these bills with a lot of local projects, and people get tempted to vote for things for their district. But we spent a lot of time talking about this, and we put up an alternative bill that was more restrained in its spending, and our members voted for that. Not all of them, but some of them did. And at the end of the day, they were 1 vote short. Yeah, it was it's one of those things where you don't get a lot of victories in the minority, but we did, and I just want to tell you that our members were very, very strong in this, and some of them were under a lot of pressure from people back home, and they're going to get a lot of pressure from Democrats as well. But it was a good thing to do because we have to send the message to the people of this state that we are not going to spend every penny we can get our hands on, number one, and number two, we're going to try to not take as many pennies from people. We've got to change the course, the direction of the state of Minnesota. We have an election this fall, and in the Senate we are six seats short of being in the majority. The Democrats have been the majority party in the state Senate for 42 of the last 44 years. 42 of the last 44. I believe that that's one of the reasons why our state has kind of drifted to the left. Every year, people know that the Democrats in the Senate, the majority in the Senate, is going to have to get something to add to their agenda. So every year, they get a little bit more. So all I'm saying is we just want 40 years. 40 years in the majority for Republicans. We'll get back to balance, and then we'll see where we are. But we have been working on a campaign to win that majority for the last 3 years. We've got a great team. We had some good luck, good news. One of the long-standing Democrats in the state, way up north in District 1, announced his retirement after 36 years in office. And this is a district that is a solid Republican district. 2 House members who are Republican. That district voted for Mitt Romney. That district voted for Jeff Johnson for governor. And they had a Democrat in the state Senate. Well, we've got an excellent candidate up there, and we're going to win that seat. Yep. Now, this congressional district is very important to our effort. I think it's fair to say that our path to the majority this fall runs right through CD2. And I'm going to ask for any of our candidates or members who are up there just to I'd like to have you come down. I want to introduce you, or at least read the names of the people who are currently representing you in the Senate, Republicans, and candidates who are running. So Senator Dan Hall is here, I know, and Senator Dave Thompson and Eric Pratt are here. These are current members of our team. They're part of the group that stood firm and helped defeat that bloated bonding bill. But in addition, we've got candidates, Mike Goggin in District 21, Rich Straheim in District 20, Victor Lake in District 51, I know he's here, Corey Campbell in District 57, Tim Pitcher, District 58, Mark Michikanis, District 52, and Leilani Homestead in District 54. So, all we need are 6 new ones. I think there's like 8 from CD2. So if you elect all the challengers against Democrats in CD2, we're in the majority. So that's not too hard. That's not too big an ask, is it? But we have a great opportunity. There are a number of districts in the state where you've got 2 Republicans in the House, a Democrat in the Senate that have been carried by Jeff Johnson, carried by Mitt Romney. We are going to win this fall. So the last thing I'll just leave you with, one of the things that we do in the Senate, every time before we meet, we say a prayer. They do that in Washington as well. And there's a story told about the chaplain in the U.S. Senate who would come before the Senate and give the prayer, and somebody went to the chaplain and said, you know, that's really great that you come up in front of the Senate and you pray for all the senators. And he said, well, I come before the Senate and I look out over the senators and I pray for the country. And I say that because I'd like to ask for your prayers for these candidates, for what we're trying to do here in Minnesota, for our representatives, for our senators, for our government, and to also to ask that you work. That we know it takes a lot of work for these people to be out day after day, knocking on doors, pounding the pavement, trying to raise money. It is hard work. It's hard work, and they do it because they have a heart of sacrifice and service, and they want to make a difference, and we want to change the direction of the state, but we need your help. So don't let today be the last political activity that you engage in this year. Help these people win. As I said, we can win. If you elect all the challengers in CD2, we're in the majority. So, thanks for being here. Thanks for supporting our candidates. We believe that strength rejoices in the challenge, and on to victory in November. Thank you.
I have another yellow sheet, folks. The results of the last round of balloting, with still 309 people voting: David Gerson, 144 votes for 46.6% of the vote. Jason Lewis, 163 votes for 52.75%. Will the BPOU chairs please come forward to get the next round of ballots?
Is that a service?
So yeah, you say how supremely relaxed. Is relaxed the right word? Right? I mean, relaxed. So that just
contacted me, and before I could ask him, I mean, I didn't know that history on this fight.
I want to see it. Suppose you guys have I just wanted to give you that affirmation. Thank you. Appreciate it. I'm so happy you're here to help. 3 resolutions. Pleasure. Pleasure. 3 precincts. I see Jeff Lorson around. So at some point, I want to be able to say I'd like to add it to this kind of addendum.
I have a slide.
Yeah, he's okay with that. I just need to know when you want to stand at the microphone for the purpose of offering an amendment to this back page. Because it's not, because that's different from the resolutions.
Yes. So you're just adding to this back page. You're not adding to the resolutions themselves. Okay.
Do you want to distinguish that we're going to vote first on resolutions and then vote to endorse this?
Yes. And if I forget, please remind me. I mean, just stand in front of me and go, remember me.
Are you having fun yet?
Oh yeah. I just as the day goes along, tendency to get a little more that way. So just remind me if I don't recognize you. I'll make sure I get it on.
All right.
How's it going?
How you doing?
coming back to order. The chair recognizes Diane Anderson, Chair of Judicial District 1, for a few comments.
Afternoon. All of you should be receiving a yellow handout, and this is some information about what's happening at the state party. It's really important for citizens to be able to hold judges accountable, and we in Minnesota have the right to vote for our judges here in Minnesota. And many of us have concerns about what's happening in our judiciary and how a lot of judges will start to rule from the bench and won't follow our law or our Constitution. And so we do need people that will keep and hold our judges accountable. And so what the state party has right now is in each of the 10 judicial districts, we have a Republican committee, and it's called a Judicial District Committee, and we have 10 of them, and I'm the chair in the 1st Judicial District, which most of you are included in the 1st Judicial District. But one other right we do have is in the state party for Minnesota, we have in our state party Constitution, the GOP Constitution, the right to endorse judges. And there are some people that want to get rid of this right that you guys have, and that people have fought to give you the right for judges to come and speak at our conventions and let us know. You know, one of the number one things people call me and ask me before the election is, Diane, who do we vote for judge? There's just so little information out there about where judges stand and which judges we should vote for. So this is really an important thing for us to be able to know which ones are the candidates, the judicial candidates that we want to vote for because of the power that the judges have. And actually in the state of Wisconsin, they're doing a really good job in getting judges endorsed and getting them elected. So we need to start doing that here in Minnesota as well. There are some things that are going to be some constitutional to the Minnesota State Constitution at the state convention coming up in Duluth that they're trying to change. And so we would like to ask you to please vote no on any of those changes to the Minnesota Constitution. So that's why I wanted to talk to you today, because many of you are going to be delegates to the convention in Duluth. And also just to kind of tell you that the judicial district committees are out there and how a lot of important work that we do. And we are basically the judicial watchdog. And as you have in your handout, a lot of the things that we do is we're trying to do judicial performance reviews and be able to guide citizens on what's happening with judges and how their voting record is. And so it's really a valuable a lot of the things that we do are really valuable to us as Republicans, and so we'd like to continue on to have our judicial districts as well. So please do not have any vote in favor of any of the changes at our state party convention in Duluth. Thank you. Have a great rest of the day.
Jerry Ewing, are you here? Were we ready? Just you put it when we last left Jerry. He had put into he had moved the entire report as written. Is that correct? My notes are correct. And at this time, this is regarding the resolutions. And so at this time, are there any individual resolutions to poll and discuss? Any resolutions to poll and discuss?
Make this a more orderly process, why don't we go through them numerically by section and just ask if there's any what they want to
So is that a yes?
No, I'm just saying to quickly poll all of them from that section or go for it.
All right, we'll go by section.
Well, you don't have to. You can pull it back, but
Because that's what he told me to do.
why did he say he was going to go by section? Like do the whole thing?
I don't know. That's what he told me to write down. That's what I wrote down.
Okay.
Well,
we want to go by section, so you can just say I'm going to take it by section. It doesn't necessarily mean that it cancels his
motion.
Because he didn't say the whole report,
Yeah,
or it is the whole report, but you
Retard.
can do it in sections. I don't know.
So what should I say?
I would say, let's just go through the first section, and then I'll call for resolutions to be pulled out. What about, is there anything in section 1?
All right, folks, we're going to take it section by section. Are there any resolutions to be pulled out of section 1? If so, please come to the microphone. Any resolutions that you would like to have pulled out of section 1?
Andrew Schmitz, Scott County, Helena Township.
For what purpose do you rise?
Does that mean that we can't change it and we have to approve it as is? I'm a little confused here if this is the last moment to stop that.
We're going to be going through the resolution section by section and pulling out only the ones that you want to address, otherwise, and debate, otherwise they'll stand as written.
Do I have to make that motion to pull it out now, or can I wait until you've gotten to it or gone through them?
Is it not in section 1?
It's in section 1.
Then you can address it right now.
Should I address it now or wait till you go through it, or doesn't it matter? I'm trying to find out what the time to do this is.
No, address it now.
Address it now. Okay. I move to pull out, it's the second last one in section 1. We support permitting Sunday sales and the sale of municipal liquor stores to private enterprise. The recommendation is no, and I disagree with that. So I am moving that we pull that one so that we can discuss it and vote it up and down individually.
Now, so then, right? Okay, so now it's pulled.
Discussion?
Now, 15% votes. You got to take a no discussion now. No, just a vote. Yep.
Okay. So what I've been instructed is that we will take a vote on that now, and if there's 15% of the body that wishes to have that pulled and discussed, then we will do that. Otherwise, it will stand as written.
I didn't hear what he says.
Okay. All those in... they're probably going to stand for this, aren't they?
Yeah, I think so.
All those in favor of pulling the next to the last resolution in section 1 that says we support permitting Sunday liquor sales, etc. If you wish to just have debate on that, please rise.
So who's the counters? Who are your counters?
You have counters?
Yeah, sorry.
They're all counted out.
Debating.
15.
But it's like it's their option. Otherwise, why not?
Seeing more than 15%, we will poll and debate this resolution. Please come to the microphones if you would like to speak for or against.
Madam Chair,
I recognize the gentleman at the mic. Please
John
state your name.
Trojak, House District 52A. When I checked in, there were no copies of the resolutions. I do not have one in hand. I think it's unfair for people to be called upon to vote on resolutions they've never seen. So I don't know what the chair can do about it or whatever, but I don't think that would be a proper way to
Kathy,
printed 325 sets of resolutions.
we announced it about a half an hour ago that we had extras towards the front. So I recognize the gentleman at the mic. For what purpose do you rise?
Jason Krogerson, 52B. I just wanted to point one thing out to everybody. While I am in favor of not having the government decide whether or not we have liquor sales in Minnesota or not, I get that, but this is a Minnesota GOP platform thing.
We're not debating the plank, just this resolution. Are you for or against the resolution?
I am for it as proposed, against the amendment of pulling it out. I'm against pulling it out.
We already voted on debating it. We've already, that's an affirmative vote, so will be debating that. So are you rising to support
Committee's recommendation or
this resolution?
You support the resolution?
I support the resolution as written and as recommended by the chair, which would be not to carry it forward.
You don't support the resolution.
So you do not support the resolution itself?
Correct.
Okay.
Because again, it's not a platform thing, it's a legislature thing. So if you want it, write your legislator.
Each of these now?
Me too. Mine is what we're talking about, whether
and then we're holding.
That's right. That's what I want to say.
We're going to debate them.
Then you can have a mic back. Hello.
Or are you doing each one?
Well, I figured we just go through by section and get them out of the way.
Well, how do you want to do it? Because so you're going to pull the ones for debate.
Okay. Because then you can have the mic and
hold those,
story.
and then the section up or down, and then go back to the ones that are pulled, or you can go through and say, are these the only ones, and debate them and the rest. That's okay.
All right, so we've had one person that has spoken against the language in the second to last platform resolution of Section 1. Is there anyone that would like to speak in favor of keeping this resolution here?
Madam Chair, I have a point of clarification. I believe that what we're actually voting on is whether to change that N to a Y. We're not arguing about the wording. We're just voting about whether to change the N to a Y, and then we will vote on the entire Block 1. Is that correct?
To include that language in the plan.
That's correct.
Thank you.
In essence, right.
Andrew Schmitz, Scott County again. Quick point of information. Is it, for the parliamentarian, is it legal to make a motion to split this resolution, one part being permitting Sunday liquor sales and the other part permitting the sale of municipal liquor stores to private enterprise, or is that an out of order motion?
Do you want to have
why were they joined together?
The motion itself? Then you're going to you can decide whether you want to take an amendment and change it. You can vote it up or down, and then seek to amend it. Yeah, but you can't change it. It's either up or down. So
okay.
The debate, right? The debate is only. Yeah. So no, it would not.
According to the rules, sir, that is not in order to split it up.
Thank you.
They have to be voted up or down according to how they're presented here. I recognize the gentleman at the mic. Are you stating that you're for this?
For, yep.
Please go ahead.
Luke Hellier, Senate District 56. I'm rising support of the resolution. I think as Republicans, we support limited government and free choice, and we support liberty, and so we should be able to buy beer on Sundays. It's simple as that. If we believe in the free market, we should support buying beer on any day of the week. Thank you.
I will now entertain someone against. Go ahead.
Mike Atherley, 57. I am against. I fully support the right to buy beer on Sunday, and I support any legislation such. I do not support that as a platform in our party. We are not the beer party.
Another against?
Someone else against the resolution, voting against to keep the resolution. I recognize the gentleman at the mic.
I did vote for Jonathan Painter, 55B. I did vote for pulling this item, and it was brought to my attention from someone else that the wording of it and the sale of municipal liquor stores to private enterprise is somewhat less than, I believe, probably what the intent was. And so I have to kind of vote against this, or ask folks to vote against it because of the wording of that. But I certainly think that, any business doing business on Sunday for anything, I could certainly hope that this body could support that.
they're pulling it. So now they're voting for, keeps it in the platform.
The yes vote keeps it in the platform.
Yep.
No vote does not.
And you can take more debate, or you can call for a vote.
Right. I recognize the woman at the mic. Are you here to speak for or against?
For.
Go ahead.
I think it should also be able to buy wine on Sundays, and I support beer or wine sales on Sundays only because it's free enterprise and some of us like wine.
Having heard 2 for and 2 against.
3 for.
3 for, 2 against. A yes vote keeps it in the resolutions as a whole. A no vote would remove it. All those in favor, please signify by saying yes. Those against, say no. Those in a division has been called. Those in favor of keeping this in this document, this platform, please signify by standing.
I don't get it. I want beer on Sundays. What do I do?
If you stand, you are saying yes, keep it in this document. It will move forward to the state convention from CD2. A no is you would like it removed.
So, a good way of saying it is a yes vote keeps it in the platform. It's an amendment to the platform. And no vote would be deleted. Or I should say
Just have one person counting.
So it's saying that the government should be running
I haven't seen it yet. Don't blow away. We need to get some more count.
Yeah, Jeff is going to be counting from here.
Where's the second? You the only counter? She's getting a couple more. How many is it? 146? Okay, so that's...
New rule for next time.
Don't forget me.
Well, it's got to be 50%.
Right. And what's our 50% right now? It's 150 something. Okay. We just finished.
Half is 155.
Okay. The motion fails. There were 146 people standing. It would require 155.
Point of order, you never counted the nays. You have to count the nays. People could sit out the vote, and it could fail that way.
All right. Those opposed, please stand. That's a good point. Yeah.
That's right. It's not against the voting. Sorry about that.
That's all right.
So, do we have a...
No, we don't have a winner yet.
We're close to it.
Yeah, we are. Yep.
60%.
Make sure there was one split, one that was decided and one blank.
The last guy, some guy came up and looked. There's 2 off.
Yeah. motion does fail. 100.
Going a yes meant that you were keeping it, isn't it, out of the platform, right?
Right, but 146, a yes vote means taking it out. No, a yes vote, keeping it in. Keeping
Oh, is
it
that what
in.
you mean? Okay,
Yes
right,
vote.
it keeps it in the plan.
So they prevailed. Okay.
I'm going to following it.
Okay. The motion to keep it in the platform does prevail. We have the results of round 4 of the balloting. With still 309 votes, there was 1 blank, 1 undecided, 137 for Gerson, and 170 for Lewis. Reminder that 60, the BPOU chairs will now come from ballots. Gerson 44.34% and Lewis on here?
Understanding it otherwise.
Okay.
Point of clarification.
Yeah, right. So one of them is going to be, because they're not going to fight each other to get the other. Because that's dumb. In fact, for the people that that called, I don't know whether you were once. No, I don't think they called me. I got.
Let me tell you.
Well, I would. But West St. Paul. But what I said is, I said, so if your person loses, will you assist the others?
Yeah. I'll have the first shirt on.
Yeah. And that was, and everybody, which to me is fair, because everybody said yes.
just an announcement. After this ballot that you've just cast, after this ballot, we will allow both of the remaining candidates to address the convention. Just keep that in mind.
As soon as the ballots go down.
Let me find your name here.
3 minutes, right? At least to get 3 minutes.
Yes.
Is your endorsement for JPO?
I can't vote, honey. I'm so sorry.
No, I didn't want you to vote.
I'm neutral. I'm Switzerland. Where did I write his name down?
We have your ballot? Hello, Greg.
Okay, all right.
There's one over here, and we need a little. Last call, 57.
We're voting on this. We're not voting on this. We're not voting on this. This goes through the final.
Got it.
Can you clarify that? A couple people have asked that.
Yes, yes. Okay. The chair recognizes Greg Buck, candidate for District 4 County Commissioner for Dakota County, to address the convention.
Good afternoon. Well, we're deep into the endorsement process. I'd like to take just a couple of minutes and maybe shift your focus a little bit to some very powerful offices that will be voting for this fall that are not subject to our endorsement process. Now, just because they're nonpartisan doesn't mean that they're not important. These are offices that manage hundreds of millions of dollars annually, and their decisions directly touch the lives of the citizens on a daily basis. They're responsible for collecting property taxes, public safety, the courts and the justice system, roads, parks, things that are really proximate to our voters. And you know, these are the most important offices that nobody pays attention to. They're your county commissioners. And when I say nobody pays attention to them, here's what I mean. In the last presidential election, Dakota County had 6 seats up for election, and 2 went unopposed. In a year when John Klein got 195,000 out of 360,000 votes cast, 13,000 votes won my District 4 seat. I have never seen, in 20 years, I've never seen my old commissioner, this is an open seat now, but I've never seen my old commissioner campaign at all. In 20 years, she's put up a couple of signs, the unions voted, and she just wins. And it's not uncommon at public hearings at the county level for
really nobody to show up. Now, this lack of attention allows the commissioners to work in obscurity, and obscurity is dangerous to our democracy and to the county. Nothing good ever happens when nobody pays attention to people with money and power. Now, I believe that it was Plato in about 400 BC who said, those who refuse to participate in politics are doomed to be ruled by their inferiors. So we need to stay engaged at this level also and encourage our neighbors to pay attention as well. Now, this brings me to two appeals I have for you. The first is a general one, and it applies to all of the counties in CD2, Dakota, Scott, Carver, Goodhue, LeSueur, and Rice. Please, and Wabasha, and please pay attention to the candidates running for these county offices. Know their values and make sure that they match yours. Make sure they earn the office by getting out to campaign. Make sure they communicate with you after they're elected and are available to you. Require that hearings, meetings be scheduled for times that are convenient for the constituents, not just for the commissioners. Make sure calendars, agendas, minutes, video records, and transcripts of the meetings are available, easily available online. And encourage them to leave office after 1 or 2 terms. Remember and remind them this is service, not a career. Finally, if your commissioners are not responsive to you, challenge them. And then, if necessary, replace them. Now for the metro counties, Dakota, Scott, and Carver, you have another duty. Make sure you know what the Met Council's up to. And become familiar with the Met Council's Thrive MSP 2040 development plan. And make sure that you support your commissioners and local city councils as they assert their independence from the Met Council, and work with your legislators to pass legislation clearly defining Met Council mandates and powers. Now, my second appeal is a little bit more personal and specific. Senate District 4. Now, Joe is running for this open seat. Yes, that would be 7-term House Rep and career politician, big spending and big tax, Joe Atkins, and I guess we heard today, Minsure too. And did I say ethically challenged Joe Atkins? Now the DFL's targeting this seat, and they want to control county governments. Now we can't afford to let them implement their big government and progressive central planning in our counties. Our independence and our local control is what makes us a better place to live, a far better place to live than Hennepin, Ramsey, and Anoka. Again, my name is Greg Buck. I'd be happy to talk with you about my vision for county government and for the Dakota County Commissioner role. Thank you. Thanks.
Just yours too?
No. Great. Oh, yes. Thanks.
Those local races are really important. No question about it. We have to have the farm team all the way from the top to the bottom. I would now like to recognize Eric Radke on behalf of National Committeeman Chris Tiedemann.
Thank you. I'll keep this rather brief. Many of you in this room are state central delegates. And as you know, at the next State Central Committee meeting that will be happening just before the State Convention in Duluth, we will be electing National Committee man and National Committee woman. Chris Tiedemann is our current national committee man. He's actually here from CD2, went to college with me at St. Olaf College in Northfield, that conservative bastion of thought. Chris Tiedemann is currently our national committee man and came from there and came up through the ranks as the chairman of the College Republicans here in Minnesota and has stayed active in politics. He's a grassroots activist just like the rest of us, and I'm happy as another grassroots activist to encourage my fellow state central delegate committee members to vote for Chris. And Chris would be here today to share with you as well, but some of you that know Chris and know him personally know that he's recently engaged and is about to get married. And as a part of that, he is today, happened to be the day when he had his marriage retreat for getting ready to get married. And so he asked that we would speak on his behalf and that he could go keep that as a priority in his life to go and attend that. And so Chris would like to be here himself to be able to say hi to you guys, but he asked me to say some kind words on his behalf. Here's one thing that we should appreciate about Chris. As I mentioned before, he's from us. He is a grassroots activist and an effective one at that. And what he's done more so than that is leverage his ability through his national network to be able to tap into resources that are necessary for doing effective things here in the state of Minnesota. Chris doesn't ask for credit for very much, but he accomplishes so much. He's a very, very humble guy. But I can say firsthand that I've seen many of his national connections have come to help us here with stuff here in the state of Minnesota to help reduce our party's debt. Chris has been working tirelessly to make sure that the Republican National Committee stays very true to grassroots rules. Fellow state central committee members at the Duluth meeting to vote to send Chris back for another 4-year term as our national committeeman. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We will return to our resolutions. So, according to where we left off, we need to approve Section 1. I will move that we approve Section 1 of the resolutions. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Section 1 is adopted. Okay, upon further discussion with the parliamentarian and how to best go through these resolutions so that everyone understands exactly what we're doing, not up for debate is any of the language. You cannot debate any of the specific language of any of these resolutions that you have before you. What we're doing is taking basically an up or down vote on which ones to move along in the process, to move on to the state chair as possibly being included in the platform. Okay? That's what we're doing. And so and we're pulling some from debate if there are at least 15% of the body that want to pull them for debate. I will move Section 2 before us. Is there anyone wishing... No, we vote on it. Is there anyone wishing to pull any of these particular resolutions from Section 2? Okay, coming forward. I recognize the lady at the mic.
I'm Jessica Duth, HD 52A, and I would like to address the first one, the language that would say...
All we're doing is, if you want to pull them for a debate, we can pull them. There's no discussion on the language at this point. You're just saying that you would like to pull that one.
I'd like to pull that one,
okay.
The first one.
Okay. You can go ahead, if you want to stay close here, in case you want to speak to it. Are there any other resolutions that you would like to have pulled out of Section 2 before we take a vote on Section 2? Is there a gentleman coming forward? Go ahead and state your name and BPOU. And
yeah, I'm Trevor Tufson, Senate District 56A, and I'd like to pull the last one there, the resolution. Yep.
Okay, thank you. Do I have to take it now? 80%. Okay, the young lady that asked to pull the first one that starts with the words, "We advocate protecting women's health." All those in favor of pulling that for debate, please rise. The resolution says we advocate protecting women's health by banning dangerous webcam abortions and by instituting basic regulations and inspections of abortion facilities. I do not see 15%, so that resolution will not be pulled. The second resolution that was requested to be pulled was the third one. Fourth one. Oh, it's the fourth one. Oh, okay.
We support the right to privacy.
It reads, we support the right to privacy of students and their right to not share bathrooms and locker rooms with biologically opposite sex. All of those wishing to pull this from moving forward to the state convention, please signify by standing. There is not 15%. We will now take a vote on the entirety of Section 2. All those in favor of approval of Section 2, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Section 2 is adopted. Moving to Section 3. Does anyone wish to pull any of the resolutions out of Section 3? Okay, sorry. Anyone wishing to pull any of those resolutions? Seeing none, all those in favor of the approval of adoption of Section 3, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Section 3 is adopted. Section 4. Is there anyone wishing to pull any of the proposed resolutions from Section 4? I recognize the gentleman at the mic.
David Duth, 52A, and I'd like to pull the last one.
Okay. All right. He said that he would like to pull the last one. There are 4 there, so he would like to pull the fourth one. Any other?
Just read this by saying and passing the current resolution test.
Okay. The new language in the fourth one is. It's being added to the existing wording that has to do with every classroom should be required to display the United States flag and recite the Pledge of Allegiance. And it goes on from there, and then it says the new language is passing the current U.S. citizenship test should be a requirement for high school graduates. And this gentleman has asked to have that pulled for debate. Pulled for debate. Are there any other resolutions that anyone would like to have pulled for debate? Seeing none, we will vote first on the other 3 resolutions. That's what we did. That's what I did just last time, right?
Well, you actually did vote on that one first, because we can do the section without that one to return it. Return to it, or you can.
All right, we can debate it first.
Yeah, right. Go ahead and debate.
All right. All right, well, let's see if we have the votes to pull that fourth one first. All those in favor of pulling for debate the 4th resolution, please stand.
This is pro pledge.
There are 32 standing, 15% is 46. We will not be pulling that one.
Just move ahead, right?
All those in favor of approval of Section 4, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. It is adopted. Section 5, there is only one resolution there. Does anyone wish to debate that one? If you would like to debate that one, come to the microphone. Seeing none, all those in favor of approval of Section 5, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion is adopted. Section 5 is adopted. Section 6. Anyone wishing to pull any of the new language from Section 6? Seeing none, all those in favor of approval of adoption of Section 6, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Section 6 is adopted. Section 7. Anyone wishing to pull either of those proposed resolutions? Seeing none, all those in favor of adoption of Section 7, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Section 7 is adopted. Section 8 is before us. Anyone wishing to pull any of the resolutions, proposed resolutions from Section 8? I identify the gentleman at the microphone.
Hi there, David Duth from 52A, and I would like to pull the last one and then the one before it, so number 3 and number 4. And before we vote, can I at least express why I think so?
One at a time.
First of all, we're going to go one at a time, so which one would you like to pull first? Number 3?
Number 3.
And there's no debate on that, so we just have to ask folks to stand if you would like to have that resolution pulled for debate. We believe that economic development of natural resources can be balanced with environmental Oh, was I reading the wrong one? Oh, I was. I'm one up. Okay. I'm sorry. Republicans encourage free enterprise in the agriculture economy and support technological advances in the creation, processing, and use of agricultural products and natural resources. And this is a new language, but support labeling of genetically modified foods. So I'm going to ask those that wish to pull and debate this resolution to please stand.
Come on, Straz.
It's not. It's not. That's not. It's not. All. They're required.
Yeah, but there's something inside.
You kind of fully recorded, all right? Yeah, it's full for the minute. But
I thought it was 46.
Was it 46?
46.
Oh, 46.
It takes 46 to reach 15%. There are only 44 people standing.
Oh. And then the guy had another one.
Go ahead.
I would like to draw out the fourth one.
The fourth
in Section
one.
8.
Okay. The Republican Party of Minnesota opposes efforts to put all land or water under the control of the federal government. We should reduce and restrict government ownership of our land to no more than 20%. The old language is 40%. This says 20%. All of those wishing to pull this one for debate, please stand.
Less government interference. You want this. Less federal intervention. This is a state here.
He hates it.
Yeah, that's what I should have said. That's in the last one. Get up there. Control everything we do about I'm not really paying attention. Stay with me here, boss.
All right, that one will be pulled for sure. Is there anyone else wishing to pull any of the resolutions?
Section 8.
From Section 8. Nope.
So then let's vote on this one.
Okay.
Let's debate it.
All right. So we're going to debate the fourth one that talks about the percentage of land. So if the person that, I'm assuming he probably wants to address his own motion, so go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. David Duth, 52A. It's pretty simple. I don't actually know why the committee said what they said. It sounds like they agreed with the amendment, and then they said it was too specific, even though the only thing that changed is the actual number. So the precision is exactly the same as before. It just limits the federal government's intrusion on Minnesota sovereignty a little bit further. And I think at least most of us would agree that it'd probably be best if the federal government owned 0% of our land. So moving in the direction of just 20, as if that's a small amount, is certainly better than 40.
Anyone else wishing to speak for or against? Anyone else wishing to speak for or against? Okay. A yes, so let me just make this sure.
A yes vote means you support the resolution to continue.
Point of information.
And no means this.
I recognize the gentleman at the mic.
The federal government owns 6.8% of the land in Minnesota as of 2015.
Yeah, that's out of order. Okay, we're going to take a vote. In more ways than one. Okay, let me clarify what a yes vote means and what a no vote means. A yes vote means you support this resolution to be in the platform, so to move on to the state convention. A no vote means you do not support this resolution to be in the platform. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The motion is adopted. The rest of Section 8 is before us. All those in favor of adopting Section 8, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Section 8 is adopted. Section 9 is before us. In this Section 9, is there anyone wishing to pull any of the resolutions from Section 9 for debate? And we have somebody coming. I like the signal that you gave by raising your paper so we know that you're coming forward to address us.
Dan Huve, 57. I move that we pull the first of Section 9 for debate.
Okay, so as it continues on this
and this is the only new part, it's setting the limits at 2 terms.
Okay. Okay, this resolution has to do with term limits, and the beginning of the standing resolution says, or the standing platform language says, we hold our elected officials accountable by supporting codes of conduct for all Minnesota elected officials that require resignation and loss of pension and benefits upon conviction of the felony or crime involving dishonesty or moral turpitude. There's a word I use every day. We advocate submitting to the people federal and state constitutional amendments for an effective recall procedures for all elected officials. We support term limits for all elected officials, and here's the new language, and setting that limit at 2 terms. Then it goes on to say, with the existing language, all elected officials' compensation should be limited to salary during service, but no retirement benefits beyond Social Security. Right. The new language there is just adding the words, and setting that limit at 2 terms. So are there 15% of the people that wish to pull this for debate? If so, please signify by standing. I do not see 15%. We will not be pulling that one aside. Anyone else wishing to pull any of the proposed resolutions from Section 9? Seeing none, all those in favor of adoption of Section 9, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Section 9 is adopted. We do have... just a point of clarification, we did check in, was it Robert's Rules? We did check in Robert's Rules of Order because there was a question about whether, when we did the math, for the 60% of 309 is 85.4. And we were just rounding down, but the Robert's Rules of Order says you have to round up for a whole person. So the 60% will actually be 186 people. And so with that, we have 2 blank ballots, 1 spoiled ballot. We have David Gerson receiving 133 votes for 43.04%, and Jason Lewis receiving 173 at 55.99. And at this time, we, according to the rules, both of the remaining candidates are free to come and address the convention. Do we have a particular order that they're going to do that in?
How about a credit card? Credit card?
I can dig it. We are going to flip a coin to see who's going to address the convention first. Can we get a representative from each of the campaigns?
Right. You call him. He's just watching. All right. Who's that? Are you a Gerson rep? No. All right. That's better than to go head to head. This is like the Super Bowl. All right, so I'm going to decide, unless you've got a heads or tails, right? Heads, tails. Heads. All right. So it's choose. Or I was just going to do one of those first, but I know she's the one. So heads goes first. Okay.
Tails.
You're receiving it in the wind. Double check, because I don't want to do anything visual.
All right. Now we will hear from Mr. David Gerson.
For those of you that may be concerned that I can't fundraise, I'd like to ask, who in this room has donated to me? This piece is patently not true. Let's talk about fundraising. I didn't run for Congress I didn't run for Congress to be a career politician. I ran for Congress to build a movement, to restore people's faith in representative government. I wanted to start a conversation of the purpose of the Republican Party and who we were and what we stood for. And I haven't been asking you for donations. I've been asking you to show up here today, to be the party, to restore integrity to the party. In fact, I pledged my life savings to finance this campaign. And every donation that I have received has gone into the bank. I'm embarrassed to say that I have spent $275,000 on my campaign. That includes the last cycle. And I will tell you that when I call these donors around the country and they hear that an engineer has put his career on hold and took on the impossible fight that I did because it was a cause and the principles that I believe in, and that I've put my life savings on the line and the skin in the game, they are sending me checks and they want to see this community be successful. Yeah. Now don't worry, I'm going to be asking you for money after today. But I have the money in the bank to go to the primary. I have more money in the bank than Jason Lewis because I've raised it efficiently. I haven't been doing expensive direct fundraising where you hope to break even on the first mailing. I've been making the phone calls. You've been seeing me work hard. Now, as far as getting our message out there effectively, an engineer activist won both CD2 debate straw polls. There is no doubt I can get the message out there, and I'm going to work with our local representatives to ensure that we win at every level, in every race in our district within CD2. And this fight, the odds that we face today is nothing. These odds are nothing. We are here to fight, to take our country back, and we're going to do that. Thank you so much for being here.
Next, I will turn the mic over to Jason Lewis.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You having fun yet? Huh? This is wonderful. This is the great debate. This is democracy. This is the 2nd District in action, and I've never been more proud. I will tell you that. We are 13 votes away from becoming Angie Craig's worst nightmare. When we think of who we want to send forward,
to fight Angie Craig. It better be someone that can run a campaign, that can organize, that can raise money, and that can take the fight to the liberal Democrats, because they're going to come at us with everything. This is kids' play. You better have the strongest candidate out there who can debate, who can articulate our values, and who stands for more freedom and less government, and I am that candidate. Now, let me just tell you for a second why I'm doing this. It's right here. I got my brother-in-law here, Mark. I got Elizabeth, who's with child. In fact, it may be tomorrow. They've been great. My firstborn, Lindsay. And my wife, Lee. I want you to think about what we're doing to young people. My daughters are priced out of housing. They're priced out of health care. They're priced out of college tuition. And if Angie Craig has her way, they'll be priced out of energy and everything else. We are pricing young people out of the American dream. That is immoral, and I'm not going to take it. We have an opportunity to change things. We have an opportunity to change the world, change government, change Congress. Don't let this opportunity pass. Let's unite behind the strongest candidate. Let's get 13 more votes, and I'll reach out to everybody in this room and beyond, and we will take the fight forward. We are the only candidate that can beat Angie Craig in the fall. We're the only candidate that can win the endorsement, win the primary, and win the general. That's why I'm being attacked. But you know what? Let them attack me all they want. Because every time they do, our numbers go up. Because the American people and the people in Minnesota in the 2nd District are with us. They're tired of the political correctness. They're tired of the debt. They're tired of the invasion of personal liberties. Whether it's somebody looking into your iPhone or anything else, that's going to stop. We are going to stop as well sending our young men and women to Syria while we take in Syrian young men and women back here. That makes no sense, and I'm not going to vote for it. There is only one sure way to make certain the homeland is safe, and that is by once and for all controlling who gets in this country and who doesn't, and I intend to do that as well. This is about these folks in the American dream. Don't let them down. Don't let yourselves down. We got 13 votes. Let's get this done, unite the party, and get after Angie Craig. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I believe we need to have the BPOU chairs come forward and get the next round of ballots. She'll be here momentarily.
check my list.
How's everything going? We all good on everything?
I think so. I think they just packed up the t-shirts and stuff. And I think we bring some here with the and they're being preserved.
I just see $5. They're like one thing, like $5.
So I guess we made like $300 t-shirt merchandise. So I don't know what the rest of
Is the state party manning it, or are we manning it?
No, we man it. So we get 50-50 of the profit, right? So, yeah.
That sounds about right, I would think. Something.
First car.
So if the volunteers are willing to do it.
Okay, no worries. Yeah. So it was all good. So that's all packed up.
Those are done.
Did we pass it?
No, not yet. We're not quite done. Almost done.
I want them to be done.
We didn't have any, right?
I have that written on here. Thank you. Please be seated. You ready? The chair recognizes National Committee Woman and candidate for, again, running again, right, for National Committeeman Woman, Janet Byhofer.
Good afternoon. I want to tell you a story about a Russian immigrant who watched this kind of process a few years ago. But first, how many of you are here for the first time? We love you and we want you to stay. Please do. We need you. You see, all these people, all the ones that were at registration, everybody who organized this event is a volunteer. All your local officers are volunteer, your congressional officers are volunteer, some of your state party officers are volunteer, and yes, we people on that RNC National Committee are also volunteers. So what I want to walk you through a couple things, but those of you who are new, even if you don't get what you want today, please stay, because it doesn't work when you come in and out. We need you to stay. But let me tell you the story about a Russian immigrant in CD5. It was a couple years ago. And they were going through a very similar endorsement. And when I got there, there was some back and forth. But it was very well done. And he said to the audience, "Do you understand what you have? We cannot do this in Russia. We need to remember that. This is what we're fighting for. Whether it's an idealist idea, whether it's pushing back. I've been going around the state for 10 years. I used to do ballot protection, and then I got on the RNC. And I'm not going to tell you RNC stuff today because for most of you, it's like that committee over there. And I'm also on the Rules Committee, and it's that committee over there. I do have a website. It's called grassrootsjanet.com. Grassrootsjanet.com. And if you go there, I've made 2 videos, one to explain the rules, one why I'm running, and everything that I've sent out. So that's enough about that. What we have, we are in danger of losing if Pantsuit Hillary, Orange Pantsuit Hillary, gets in the White House. And it is very, very hard. My candidates on the Republican side, they died 1, 2, 3, 4. I said, okay, I quit. I'm not saying anybody's name. It'll be a jinx. Maybe I should have said one, but I didn't. But somehow or other, we have to do this. Because as Jason said, as David said, as John Howell said, as everybody else has said, this is our kids and our grandkids, and if we don't stop this freight train, they have no place to go. No place to go. We need to remember, Democrats have unions and media, especially the Star Tribune. Okay? But we have us. And the last 4 letters of Americans are, I can. And the last 4 letters of the Republican Party are, I can. Were it, we will, because we've got to do it. So please, stay with us. Thank you. Those of you going to State Central, please vote for me. Thank you very much. Bye.
We have another speaker that is Bruce Moreland for about 30 seconds to address something important. Go ahead.
Thank you, everybody. I'm Bruce Moreland from Bridgewater Township, and you heard earlier a speaker talk about the importance of getting in at the ground levels. Well, I tell you that when I was running for the SD20 endorsement, I was playing the township card. And what the township is your first line of government, and it's where you can go out and watch people actually being governed by themselves. It's a beautiful place and beautiful thing to see. But I encourage you to support your townships because we're the ones that are fighting the hardest for things like avoiding the buffer plans. You know, you've heard about the buffers and all that. We're the ones that are trying to figure out how to bring free market solutions to what the DFL will use to beat us in election after election. The cartoon that I draw shows the governor going down a stream with 2 lawyers on 50-foot leashes. And he thinks he's solving the problem, and what he's really doing is setting up for coming back for more land. Republicans need to show how we can use a free market solution to solve that problem, and believe me, buffers don't do it. They're only a small part of it. So anyway, I'm just here to say a word for townships. I'm actually a planning commissioner in a township. Since I didn't get the nod for the endorsement, I still have to stay busy. So anyway, thank you very much.
All right, let's finish up these resolutions. We are on section 10. Does anyone wish to set aside, pull any of the resolutions in section 10? I see a gentleman at the mic.
Dan Huve, SD57. I move that we pull the second section of section 10's dealing with the language that we support efforts to protect the electrical grid against EMP attack.
Okay. Anyone else wishing to pull any, anybody else wishing to pull any other sections of Section 10? Seeing none, we will have a vote. Please rise if you support pulling the second resolution, new language there in Section 10. I do not see 46 standing. Thank you. Anyone else wishing to pull any resolutions from Section 10? Seeing none, all those in favor of adoption of Section 10, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Section 10 is adopted. The next section is called commendatory. Anyone wishing to pull that? Actually, there are two of those.
I'd like to pull the first one, please.
Okay. Anyone else? Seeing none, all those in favor of pulling the first commendatory resolution, please stand for the first one, if you would like to pull the first one. We urge the governor to declare a day of mourning for the victims of the Great Famine from 1932 to 33, artificially created by the Stalin regime with the aim of genocide against Ukrainian people. I do not see 46 people standing. I recognize the gentleman at the microphone.
George Zenmiller, Goodhue County, Leon Township. I would like to see pulled for debate the second paragraph in the commendatory list.
All right. Are there 15% of the body that wishes to pull that final commendatory piece? Please stand. The language is, we, the citizens of the 2nd District, thank Congressman John Klein for his lifetime of service to our country. We commend him for his devotion and commitment to the people of the 2nd Congressional District. I do not see 46 people. We will take a vote on this section. All those in favor of approving the commendatory section of the resolutions, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Nay. The section is...
Yes, Madam Chair. The action agenda as written to your legislators and your candidates and to our legislative leaders as an expression of the grassroots concerns.
Second.
Thank you.
I see the gentleman at the mic. Go ahead.
Yes. First of all, I'd like to thank the Resolutions Committee for their fine work and for this new idea of this additional list. As a member of the Rice County Bridgewater Caucus and as the instigator of Mission Possible 2016, I note that Rice County was not represented in a resolution that was passed at our caucus did not make it to the list. So I'd like to add a resolution under Section 8, which I know passed at least at our caucus and 2 other caucuses in Goodhue County, that states, we support a goal of powering America with at least 50% clean energy by 2030 through a revenue-neutral carbon fee and dividend. Thank you.
Someone has point of information to the gentleman on my right.
You're proposing to add that to the action agenda.
Yes, adding that to the action agenda under item 8.
I would second that.
Thank you.
All right. Since the gentleman is in section that is open for debate, just that woman at the microphone.
You heard it all at our county.
Rules as specified, we were going to put everything in that passed at a caucus, and I know that it passed at least 2 caucuses in Goodhue, and I know for certain that it passed at my caucus in Bridgewater. So it was all part of a drive to get information in front of the people about the carbon fee and dividend.
Is there more discussion on the addition of this piece here? Either for or against adding it? I see a gentleman coming down.
Yeah, this is peculiar. This is somebody wants.
I'd like to speak against this motion. At 50%, quote, clean energy was the movement that Germany adopted, and that's what's killing them in energy right today. We have no scientific proof that carbon dioxide and its climate change effects are anthropogenic at all.
I recognize the gentleman to my right at the mic.
Paul Reese, Goodhue County. I'd like to point out that this is already in a platform, the Democrat platform. It's in direct conflict with the Republican platform.
Thank you. To the woman on my left.
Faye Hatch, 56. The gentleman said this passed 3 caucuses, but did it pass the Senate district so it could come on to the congressional district?
As a mathematician and a scientist, if you give me 10 minutes and a whiteboard, I'll tell you why you're wrong when you say that there's no anthropogenic global warming. It's that simple. Thank you. All of the other stuff you see, all those polar bears on ice cubes, that's nothing but a DFL trick to get you to go on the wrong side of that issue. It's all politics and money. The science is simple. And if we don't solve this, we're going to have the DFL using it against us for the next 30 election cycles.
Right.
And we will lose elections on this one. Thank you.
Is there anyone else wishing that hasn't spoken? Anyone else wishing to speak in favor? I think we've heard from 3 people opposed. Okay. All those in favor of adopting this language, I'll read it. We support a goal of powering America with at least 50% clean energy by 2030 through a revenue-neutral, carbon-fee and dividend. All those in favor of adoption, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Nay. The motion is not adopted. I will move that the convention adopt the action agenda before us. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. The action agenda is adopted, and we are finished with resolutions, folks. Give yourselves a hand.
I have a point of personal privilege.
I recognize the lady at the mic. What reasons do you rise?
I rise to hold Mr. Ewing up greatly. This is a terrible, difficult job to do. He did it. He got it done. He got all these people via email and stuff like that. And you have no idea what a task this is. This man is a hero.
The chair would like to recognize Mr. Ryan Love. Is he here? Secretary of the MNGOP. And I might add, future Floridian.
No state income tax, no Governor Dayton, no Al Franken, Klobuchar, more Republicans, less snow. For those of you who don't know me, which I've been in CD2, I was secretary, deputy chair, so I hope it's not many, but I am the outgoing secretary of the state Republican Party. And you guys are my heart. They always say start with a joke, so I always go for my favorite one, and that's with Obama going through the park, and he comes upon a little boy pulling a wagon full of puppies. And he's like, talks to the little boy, says, "What kind of puppies are those?" And the little boy says, "Them's Democrat puppies." Obama's amazed by this. He has to get Michelle. He races over, grabs Michelle, drags her back, but by then the boy's gone. So he circles the park day after day, week after week. Finally, he sees the little boy, drags Michelle over there, and says, "Boy, tell Michelle here what kind of puppies those are." Little boy looks up proud, says, "Them's Republican puppies." Obama's confused. Just a few weeks ago, you said they were Democrat puppies. Little boy says, "Yeah, but now their eyes are open." I want to thank you for having your eyes open and being in the Republican Party. The Democrats, they're the ones that want to piddle everywhere and make a mess, and they want you to take care of them as they whelp on everything. We're not here for that. We don't want Bernie, who's going to increase our national debt 3 times over for our kids and our grandkids. We don't want Hillary Clinton to put more attackers on women like Bill Clinton and Anthony Weiner would be in the White House with her. These aren't things we need. We've dealt with 8 years of Obama. We don't need 4 more. This is the year that the Republicans are going to win. Now, I follow politics. I follow politics really well. I follow the numbers. This is the first presidential year I have ever seen where there is a GOP wave this time. And the Democrats are not turning out. They don't like their candidates any more than we do. But it will take some effort on our part. It can't just be where we just hope for the best. We have to show up. We have to vote. We have to talk to our neighbors and our relatives and our friends and get them to show up as well. I've talked to so many candidates that said, "I wish that all of the people in my district had just shown up for even 8 hours to help with phone calls, door knocking, donations." These are the things we have. We have great people in CD2. People like Jerry Ewing, who's done ever since I got here. He has been nonstop helping the party. Thank you so much for that. And I'm going to do something that is near and dear to me, and that's going to have all the women in the audience please stand. Because without you, we would not be here. Thank you so much. Like they said, I'm getting on a plane tomorrow morning to head to Tampa. I know you guys hate me now. But I will always love you. And when I get down to Florida, I will tell them that CD2 is the district that's going to carry Minnesota. I will let them know that it's on you, because I know you guys will show up for the delegates, the candidates, for the phone calling, everything that we need to do this year. This is the year it has to happen. This is the year you need to show up and help out. So they're going to be watching you. Please help out. Please do everything you can. Thank you for making me feel so welcome over these years. It meant a lot. Thank you.
We have some really dedicated people in this party, and they don't ask for much in return. In fact, they don't ask for anything in return most of the time. So we're very appreciative. At this time, is Margaret Flower in the audience? Margaret had asked to address the convention. She is the chair of the, I believe I've got the title right, the chair of the Minnesota Federation of Republican Women.
Thank you. She said, my name is Margaret Flower. I am actually vice president of the state Minnesota Federation of Republican Women, and I'm the president of the Metro Republican Women, which is our local group here. I'd like to speak to them. Mostly we are a group of women. We also have men. Men are affiliates. My husband Terry is also a member. And we are mainly an educational organization. We meet the second Saturday of every month and have different speakers. This month we will be having Sharon Avant, who is the CEO, president of Smead Manufacturing. She will speak to women in business. And we've had debates between the presidential candidates' representatives. We've had debates between the CD2 candidates. And so this is the type of organization we are. We are purely educational. We would like anybody to join us if you want to get more involved and actually know more about the issues. We have people speak on healthcare, whatever seems to be the topic. And of course now, between now and the election, we'll have a lot of candidates come through, and you get to meet them. You meet them personally and get to know where they're at. So we would like anybody to join us. I have some information out on the table. Be sure to pick it up and join us the second Saturday of the month. And like I say, men are surely welcome, and we would enjoy. A lot of people don't know that we exist. We've been around since 1938. We have about 400 members statewide. There's about 75,000 nationwide. And believe it or not, at one time in Duluth, we had 2,000 members. So if you can believe the Iron Range with 2,000 women in an organization, that's pretty good. So we're powerful women. Like they said, women are the kind of the backbone, and that's what we do. We don't raise a lot of money. We don't financially support candidates. We only support them with our work. So please join us. If you have any questions, I'll be around, and our information is out on the table. Thank you.
I would now recognize Mr. Jeff Lorson for a report of the nominations committee on the presidential electorate.
Good afternoon. In accordance with Rule 55 on the presidential elector, nominations for the presidential elector may be made by the floor or by the nominations committee. The nominations committee met this morning, and we did select an individual to put forth to you. I can tell you, having worked here in CD2, having lived in CD2, we have a pretty incredible group of legislators. These are people who fight every day in St. Paul to stand up and represent us. When it comes to the presidential elector, we have an outgoing senator who we wanted to recognize for his tireless efforts on behalf of CD2. That individual is Senator Dave Thompson. I am honored. I am honored to place Senator Thompson's name into consideration for the presidential elector. Is there a second? Second. Madam Chair.
All those in favor of... Are there any nominations from the floor? Are there any nominations from the floor? Seeing none, all those in favor of electing Dave Thompson as our presidential electorate, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Dave Thompson is our presidential electorate. All right, the results from round 6 of our balloting. The totals are 1 blank ballot. David Gerson, 124 for 40.26%. Jason Lewis at 184 for 59.74%. 185 is what the threshold would be. Because there was a blank vote, that comes off of the total. This is for valid ballots. And there was one that was not a valid ballot. So that makes 60% of 308 to be 185. We have to round up because we don't have partial persons, only whole persons. So the BPOU chairs can come forward for another ballot. Pat, right?
Anybody, any speeches left, or are we going to do the?
We do have this. Jennifer Lawrence has that video.
Oh yeah, let's do that.
After they hand in their ballots.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, for the most part. They throw some tantrums. Ryan, good luck, man, down in Florida. Whoa, good morning.
I'm your vice president. Well, here, you have to make sure you send your in. Hey. Thank you. I didn't really understand what it is, but I didn't want to like change my status so now these people I mean, I think I was on the button what me now. Like me. That's a big question.
If the people up in the tech booth up there can get in order here. I believe we have a video from Jennifer Lawrence, who is also running for National Committee Woman. And at this time, I would entertain that video. Jen Larson, I'm sorry. My apologies. Jennifer Lawrence is a movie star.
I'm Jennifer Larson, and I'm running for National Committee Woman. I am a native Minnesotan and a lifelong Republican, as well as an entrepreneur, business owner, philanthropist, national advocate for autism, an active Republican volunteer, and a mom. The Republican Party is changing, and the Minnesota Party needs to change with it. Our Minnesota Party needs to unify and expand. As an active, liberty-minded Republican, I will help us find paths to unity in Minnesota. We must embrace and nurture the grassroots of Minnesota, not push them away. The party needs to grow if we want to win. The party needs new ideas that enhance our image to young people and minorities. The party needs to show that we are a party of change, but that change should be less government, not more. The party in Minnesota needs help. Financially, we need a turnaround. Our chairman needs partners on the committee who can analyze data, strategize, and implement systems to help the party become financially stable and rid us of the embarrassing debt. My experience as an entrepreneur and my business school education provide me with these skills. We also need committee members motivated to help fundraise for our party. That is right up my alley. We need to keep the House, win the Senate, and find candidates in vulnerable districts where we can succeed. I am a doer. When I take on a job, I can make things happen. I would like the opportunity to make good things happen for our party. I am confident that I can make a difference in our finances, growth, image, and brand. I'm asking for your vote. Thank you.
I recognize Jeff Lorson, Chair of the Nominations and Search Committee.
I don't know if it qualifies as good evening, but I say good morning, good afternoon, I'll say good evening. All right, in accordance with the rules, I'm required to read the names of individuals who are candidates for the national delegate slots. A couple of important things to note here. Number one, the state party put together a list agreement. All of the candidates whose names we enter, they have signed that agreement, which says they will be bound to their delegate slot by the first vote. Additionally, candidates will incur additional expenses to travel, up to $3,500. They are allowed under federal election rules to raise money. The final part that I would make, and this is important for all candidates who are running, you may notice up at the top, there's a number of members of the press here. As you consider who to vote for national delegate, understand that when you leave this space, that means you will be interviewed. The press may ask you about your opinions. They may ask you about the presumed front runner. They may ask you if you abide by the endorsement process. One of the things that I personally believe that it's very important, you are all here because you believe in the endorsement process. You believe in the process that we've set forth as Republicans and the method by which we conduct business. I would encourage all of our candidates to carry that forward as they go represent the 2nd District at the National Convention. So with that, I will read into the record the names of the individuals who are qualified and are seeking the cruise slot. Candidate number 1, Nora Felton. Candidate number 2, Vicki Freilich. Candidate number 3, Jackson Harvey. Candidate number 4, Sharon Peterson. Candidate number 5, John Windsor. And candidate number 6, Vitaly Kashuban. So, without looking, does that match what's behind me? All right. Sweet. Okay, I will now read into the record the names of the candidates that are running for the Rubio slot. The first candidate is Terry Flower. The second candidate is Adam Gilbertson. The third candidate is Caleb Henderson. The fourth candidate is Kelly Lace. The fifth candidate is Alan McInthune. The sixth candidate is Andrew Morales. The seventh candidate is John Ozzie Nelson. The eighth candidate is Greg O'Connor. The ninth candidate is Laura Trozen. And the 10th candidate is Jeff Hamadal. For the individuals who are running for the Trump slot, the first candidate is Todd Eggington. The second candidate is Donald Alter, also known as Donald Brockway Alter. The third one is Joseph Ditto. Am I back on track? All right. The fourth one is Sally English. The fifth one is David Langeho. The sixth one is Rich McCabe. The seventh one is Joni Pruce. The eighth one is Bonnie Wick. The ninth one is Dan Mason. And the 10th one is Jeff Schuette. We good? I see the problem. Finally, there were a total of 31 candidates that presented themselves to the committee. However, 5 candidates did inform the committee that they wished to withdraw their name from consideration. The 5 candidates who expressed to us that they wish to withdraw, in no particular order, are Bruce McInthune, Lane Nelson, Eric Radke, Kathleen Wagner, and John Trojak. So, Mr. Deputy Chair, can you take John Trojak off of the third column, please? So, now in terms of how the election will work here, as the rules were adopted this morning, effectively, you will vote for a single candidate. The top candidate gets the delegate slot. The second candidate gets the alternate slot. If there are any candidates that are voted for not in their lane, that is considered a spoiled ballot. And with that, Madam Chair, I move that this body accept the nominations report for candidate for national delegate. Is there a second? Madam Chair.
And you moved it, right? It's been moved and seconded that we approve the nominations report for the national delegates. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Those delegates are placed into nomination.
So, point of information for the chair.
I recognize the gentleman at the microphone.
Jeff Lorsong, SD 57, nominations chair. To clarify for the individuals that are here, your 1-minute speech will be in the order from the top left to the bottom right. So it will start with Nora Felton and end with Jeff Schutte.
Thank you for that clarification. The chair recognizes David Gersing.
This has been our campaign. This has really never been about me. I've been a vehicle that's pulled people together to act. I stand by that Sam Adams quote. We have such a unique and powerful process here in Minnesota that gives the people an unbelievable voice. Try to explain it to your neighbor. Try to explain it to the people in Washington, D.C. We must preserve this process. I've been so inspired by the new people that got activated this year. This country is at a crossroads. And so many people felt that they just had to do something. They didn't know what they could do to make a difference, but they had to get involved. They couldn't do nothing. And that's what we in this room have in common. What are you doing here on a Saturday? A perfectly good Saturday. A beautiful Saturday for Minnesota. You're driven here because you have to be here. It doesn't make you happy. Try to justify to your neighbors or friend or spouse why you're here engaged in this. We can't not be here. And you have to keep fighting for our conservative values. We understand what the exceptionalism is that our founding fathers passed down to us. And we know that it's our responsibility to carry this forward for our generation. And it's not about me. It's about restoring people's faith that we can have representative government and they can hold their representative accountable. And I'm so proud to have stood with this community and what we've accomplished. And the reality is, you don't even need to elect true conservatives to office if you have citizens activists that hold them responsible to upholding our principles and representing us, because they will vote the way that the people hold them accountable to vote. And while I've got your attention, I'm going to tell you that as much as it seems like there's a sense that America is going to fall off the cliff, that we're accelerating in the wrong direction, this conservative movement is growing faster than anyone thought possible. There are conservative leaders in Congress that I showed in some of my videos that people just don't know about. They are marginalized by the press. They are out there reframing the debate and not accepting the false narratives. And they are making a difference, and they're going to restore people's belief that you can maintain your integrity and your principles and get reelected. And that you can make a difference. And you can form a coalition like the House Freedom Caucus. And you can band together and not only beat the Democrats, but restore our country. And so we have this powerful process here. And I so respect it. And this body has chosen Jason Lewis to be their endorsed candidate. And we need to make sure that our endorsed candidates at every level win here in the district. We need to set the example for the country as to what a group of activists can accomplish. I've been so privileged to earn the support of so many unbelievable people. And it's been a long journey. And you've seen me work hard. And what I've got the most out of it is just knowing that there's people out there like you that care so much in our values and are willing to fight for them, and getting to know you on a personal level. No one can take that from me in this journey. So I thank you for your support. I thank you for being here today. And I thank you for taking the responsibility to be the stewards of our community for our conservative values and continue this fight, because there is no doubt that the people can and will take our country back. Thank you so much.
I would like to welcome to the podium your endorsed candidate for the 2nd Congressional District and the next Congressman to the United States of America from CD2.
Ladies and gentlemen, and delegates, and alternates, and voters, and supporters, I am humbled by your endorsement, and I proudly accept. I am so proud of the 2nd District for fielding 2 of the strongest candidates in Minnesota and throughout the country right here in this district, and I thank David Gerson for the kind of campaign he ran and the grassroots activism he labored under. David, job well done. Because I want to unite this party like I want to unite this country. We've had enough of division in the last 8 years. We don't need any more of that. You know, this is about, the American dream is about the individual. It's not about this group or that group. And you're going to hear all about that when Angie Craig starts to divide the 2nd District this fall. This is about the individual's right to the American dream and rising high as your abilities can take you, and I intend to protect that. We are at a very delicate moment in our nation's history. We are bankrupting the nation. We are over-regulating the nation. Unless you think 0.5% GDP growth is really setting things on fire, we are bankrupting the American family as well. The last thing the 2nd District, Minnesota, and the country needs is Angie Craig to give us more of the same of the last 8 years, and I'm not going to let it happen. The Democratic Party has picked the most radical candidate they could possibly find. One that doesn't seek to unite, one that doesn't seek the best in America or the 2nd District, but one that seeks power at any cost. And that is precisely what's wrong with the country, and that has to stop. We are going to take the battle to Angie Craig like you've never seen before. We are going to go toe-to-toe. We are going to give as good as we get, and we are going to be victorious in the fall. This endorsement is so crucial. To have the imprimatur of the activists in this district is so crucial and so important. You've got to have, you people, you've got to have the grassroots, you've got to have the people that do the work on your team, or you're not going to coalesce around a cause come this fall. That's why I sought this endorsement, and it was the best decision I made in this campaign, and I am proud to have it. As I said earlier, this is the reason I'm doing this. Now, if I can do right by these folks, I'm doing right by you. And that's why I want to unite. That's why I want a positive message and stick to the issues. The other people will attack, attack, and attack. You know what? This is not the cycle for gotcha politics. This is not the cycle for just seeking power. This is the cycle to finally go to Washington, move the needle, and get things done. We are going to reform the budget process. We're going to reenact budget sequestration. We're going to reform the Federal Reserve. We're going to get rid of the national debt piece by piece, and we're going to restore prosperity to the American people. Now, I saw when the pizza line started out front. I saw everybody go, so I know better than to get between you all and food. And we are getting close to dinner time. So let me close with this. From all of you. I don't care who you're supported in this endorsement process. You did your duty, your obligation to the Constitution, to your state, to your district, to everything that's important in America. And if I can live by those standards, and I intend to, I will have served you proudly. And that is my goal. I believe in faith, hope, and charity. But none of those are possible without freedom. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
I would like to ask you to please stay around for the fun. Please don't leave. We still have national delegates to endorse. I tell you, folks in CD2 can field some good candidates here. Awesome job. I would like to ask Jeff Lorsing to come back and just go over one more time the rules for election of the national delegates.
Oh, he's having that one?
Huh?
Where is that? Give him a moment. We'll be back out here. Okay. Just. Where's the final ballot?
Oh shit, I'm running. Well, I got 36 minutes on the battery.
Oh, you're good. We're not going to stand here for 36 minutes.
Coming back?
Yeah, they'll come back in a second. It's the support of the grassroots, and that's how elections are won. It feels like for 4 days, but you know, it's worth it. That's what it takes. A lot of hard work, and we're going to continue that. I'm very pleased to get this endorsement down from where they were at the start of the recovery, the trough of the recession. So that is issue number one for me. If we don't jumpstart the economy, nothing is secure, including national security.
With Donald Trump at the top of the ticket, likely for the Republicans, how do you think that's going to?
No idea how it's going to affect the rates, but I've.
What do you attribute your success to today, coming from behind?
Going anywhere. Good, stick around. Good. We'll catch up. Let me get these guys.
At least I thought. Hi, folks. We're waiting to speak with David Gerson. We'll be talking here seated to Jason Lewis.
Who's the guy that he went with, you know?
I don't know. Student, I think. Clean up and get out of here.
Yeah.
Try once more. Red one. We're not live.
Oh, thank you.
All right. You look younger.
I'm sorry.
I'm running out of battery.
So,
hell of a campaign.
Thank you. How are you feeling?
You know, acceptance. What are the stages of grief? How many stages have I been through? I'm at acceptance.
I mean, this has been how many years now that you've been running for this particular race?
Right.
And is today the end of it?
Well, the question is, what have we accomplished?
Okay.
I mean, is it just me as a candidate, or did we accomplish something as a community?
And what do you think? Obviously, you think you accomplished something. Tell us what you thought you accomplished.
Well, I mean, I think it remains to be seen, but I mean, we've activated, many people. We gave them a vehicle to get involved where they can make a difference. And, we, I think, progressed the conversation about what it means to be a Republican and what the purpose of the party is and what the purpose of being an activist is and what expectations we should have for our representatives and how we go about things and what can be done.
Will you be actively supporting and backing Jason Lewis then?
Well, we'll be talking to Jason.
Okay.
But I mean, the number one thing is, now I have to think about, I guess, I've been so focused on the campaign, you don't have the luxury of thinking about what if scenarios.
Right.
I put my career on hold and, I'm not in a position to not do something. So I'm going to have to figure that out, what I'm going to be doing.
Getting back to your day job?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I have some decisions to make and, I want to, I'm driven to try to make as much of an impact in as positive a way as possible.
You're both Republicans. You agree on some things. What do you most agree with?
Jason, it's hard to find daylight between what we believe.
Okay.
It's really never been about that and creating contrast. I'm not going to say what he tried to create contrast. Proper role of the federal government and preserving our liberties.
Bill, do you have any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Or you have any other final thoughts you wanted to add? Or
no, you just
okay.
I would just say that we did something very unusual here in our congressional district. I think it's hard for people to understand that this grassroots movement is one of the most mature movements in the country. It's hard to put that in perspective. It's a complex endorsement process. It's a unique endorsement process, and people have such a hard time understanding how it works, how you get involved, what impact you can have, why you can have such a big impact. And I think the combination of us having that vehicle that we can take advantage of and utilize, as well as having these passionate people that we were able to get together, created one of the most mature grassroots organizations in the country. And we didn't get over the finish line with my candidacy, but what's important is to see what have we accomplished, who have we brought into it, what can be built off of it.
Well, you did run a very well-organized.
Well, thank you. I think, hard work is part of the grassroots. People need to see that. They need to see, it's one person at a time. I called every single one of the 2,000 delegates. I didn't get to speak to them all. And it's that building one-on-one relationship that is going to propel this. I just have met some amazing people along the way, and they've inspired me and given me the energy to carry on. So.
Well, thanks for your time.
All right, thanks so much.
All right.
And I think you guys did a great montage at the end of the last debate. I appreciate it. Really good stuff.
Yeah, we try to get the truth out there. So.
Yeah. You're going to do a Jack Gets a Rap today?
I don't know. I don't think so, because we're going to probably clean out of here before they finish. So we got stuff to do yet tonight. So.
Okay. All right.
Well, thanks again.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Well, he watched us. He watched us.
He's a fan, so.